first session starts off by creating the tides of change. The tides of social change begin with a lone drop. One person's inspiration to create local change can eventually be felt on the other side of the world. While mass inequality, prejudice, and fear have risen to the forefront of communities, these brave voices have become even more important. Activist-led grassroots movements, initially in order to effect local change, have become catalysts for national conversation and action to uproot societal issues. So relax, and let me give a warm introduction to our first set of speakers, Rebecca Cox, Peter Ambler, Zev Burton, and Kayla Friedland. Thank you, and enjoy.
Rebecca Cox was 10 when she lost her mom to cancer. Then, during a year abroad in Spain when she was 16, she met a woman who changed her life, her host mom, Isabel. A year later, at Georgetown University, she founded Project OLAS, a social impact organization that employs moms in the community surrounding the Guatemala City garbage dump as conversational Spanish tutors online. Today, she will be talking about the power of motherly love and immersion and language learning.
Let me ask you a question. Who taught you your first language? If you're like most people, it was probably your mom, right? With love and patience, on the good days at least, she immersed you in a new world of sounds and ideas until you could correctly say what she already knew you meant. But then later in life, when it came to learning a second language, where did you turn? Why is it that when it comes to learning our second language, we immediately pull out the conjugation charts, the grammar books, and the latest apps? I don't mean to imply that these tools don't have their place. What I am saying is that I think it's time we brought motherly love and immersion back into the art of language learning. When I was 8 years old, my mom was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer. And at that age, you always expect every story to have a happy ending. So when she passed away 2 years later, my heart was broken, and a lot of the beliefs I had held about how stories are supposed to go shattered. At 10 years old, I decided it was time to become an adult. And by 15, 16, it was pretty evident that my adulthood was going very poorly. I had a lot of bad habits, and I was going downhill pretty fast. College wasn't really on the horizon. I was also a bleach blonde, but that's a story for another day. At 16, my biggest plan was a year abroad in Spain where I'd finally get the true independence and freedom that I thought I was looking for. Life, fortunately, had other plans, and they arrived in the form of my host mom, Isabel. Isabel would get worried when I left the house without a jacket. She was never convinced I'd had enough to eat. And she had this uncanny way of knowing from just a look at my face that there was something wrong. And then the way she would listen, that problem, whatever it was, would shrink smaller and smaller. I went to Spain expecting I'd finally learn how to do it all myself, but instead I learned that I don't have to. And my relationship with Isabel led me to stay in Spain for a second year, and in 2019 I graduated from a local public high school taught entirely in Spanish outside of any exchange program. I had fallen in love with immersion, language, and learning, and I even ended up applying to college. In Spain, a seed was planted. There's something special about the way a mom listens, and it transcends all cultural, linguistic, and geographical barriers. Since then, I've come to see that many moms share this knack for cross-cultural communication, and I spend my time harnessing the power of motherly love to change lives and hopefully help us rethink education. So I've told you 2 mom stories already. I've told you the story about my mom in small town Maine, and I've told you about my host mom in Seville, Spain. The third mom story I want to tell you is about Suni. Suni is a mom living in Zona 3 of Guatemala City, the home of the Guatemala City garbage dump. Moms like Suni work as guajeros under the hot sun in the city's nearly 40-acre garbage dump, sorting through trash and looking for items they can reuse or sell. Moms like Suni typically earn between $3 to $5 in their average 10-hour workday, which is half of what men make doing the same job. They're also exposed to innumerable risks, including methane fires during the dry season, landslides during the rainy season, sharp objects that can cut them as they're sorting through the trash, and now the added danger of COVID-19. There's also a profound social stigma associated with being a guajiro. Even though guajiros are actually doing a public good by keeping their cities cleaner, many citizens look down upon moms like Suni, and they'll often be discriminated against when it comes to finding work in the formal sector. Social and economic factors also lead many young people in Zona Tres to drop out of school at a very young age. For example, 60% of adolescents in this community will become teen parents. This is coupled with systemic, gender-based violence at a macro and micro scale. And moms like Suni are often the sole breadwinners and caretakers in their families, which in her case consists of 6 children. This is a story that may not surprise you. What might, however, is the second part of Suni's story. Because Suni also founded a women's support group for survivors of domestic violence in Zona Tres. And now, in the wake of COVID-19, the group stays connected by videos that they send each other via WhatsApp. And in one video, for example, Suni shows her entire family sitting around the dinner table and praying together before a meal. In another video, she films her young son washing his hands as he explains to everyone in the neighborhood why it's important to stay safe in these times. And in another video, Suni says positive affirmations to herself in the mirror and encourages other moms in the community to do the same. Suni has also gone back to school through a local NGO, and she's in the process of acquiring that high school diploma that she had been told wasn't for her. And as of April 2020, Suni is also a Spanish tutor. Project OLAS employs moms like Suni in the community surrounding the Guatemala City garbage dump as online Spanish tutors. I founded Project OLAS last year because of that seed that was planted in Spain. I saw that students in the Spanish classroom weren't able to engage meaningfully with the language through speaking and listening, organic storytelling, and relationship building, which had been the heart and soul of why I loved living abroad. I was also an ESL tutor, and through that work I found some fascinating statistics about the rates of communications technology penetration in Central America. I found that although a project like OLAS would not have been possible a couple of years ago, now about 70% of moms in communities like Suni's do have access to mobile phones. So in launching OLAS, I had 2 hopes. I hoped that students in the Spanish classroom would be able to engage with the language in the ways that I had found meaningful. And I also hoped that moms like Suni would be able to put food on the table for their children without having to engage in dangerous work. I had a hunch that that mom connection that I'd experienced with Isabel in Spain would be a factor, but I never could have predicted the results. Since OLAS's launch, I've come to see that oftentimes the need that these language lessons are addressing cuts us to our very core. It's a need deeper than simple language acquisition for students, and I think even greater than the monetary value of a lesson for moms. There are needs similar to those that I didn't know I had until I met Isabel in Spain. But there's a powerful idea at play in these conversations, and it's much, much bigger than me. So in April of 2020, we employed Suni at Project OLAS, and she, like the other 14 moms we employed in our first couple of months, was very nervous to get started. Suni told me that although she'd worked with NGO volunteers and she'd interacted with tourists, she'd never been in the position of teaching them. This was a complete shift in dynamics for her. But after those initial nerves wore off, students began to see that second part of Suni's story, her leadership, her compassion, and her faith. I'll never forget when one of Suni's first students called me after their first lesson, and she told me, voice quivering, "Suni is an amazing woman." Since then, many students have had a similar reaction to working with Suni and the other moms in the program. Students are inspired when they learn that Blanca is a talented artist, and they, like me, are moved when they learn that Mirna led the charge to bring potable water to her entire neighborhood. So through these Project OLAS lessons, moms are changing the narrative about the way that the rest of the world views a community like Zona Tres. But, and I think more importantly, moms are also changing their own narratives. They're changing the way they tell their own stories in their family and in their world. The perfect example of this is Jamie. Jamie has told me that before becoming a teacher at Project OLAS, she was very shy, very quiet, and it was difficult for her to make connections with other people. I remember the first video that Jamie ever sent us, where it was pretty obvious she was having a hard time looking the camera in the eye, and she was very nervous. But fast forward 6 months, and Jamie just sent us a video for us to show to our entire student population where she stands, radiating confidence as she speaks from her personal experience about women's rights issues and education in Guatemala. Jamie says that through Project OLAS lessons, she now finds joy in making sure that her students feel comfortable and secure as they learn a new language. But she's also told me that this has expanded into her daily life, and she now finds joy in making connections with other people in her community. It seems to me that through this new identity as a teacher, Jamie is changing the way she tells her story. And she's not the only one, because her 2 young sons now affectionately refer to her as Seño, or teacher. So in the first couple of months of OLAS's launch, I'd already gotten a glimpse as to the potential that these conversations can have. But in June of this year, everything changed for moms in an instant, and my eyes were open wide to the true power that these connections can have. In June of this year, President Giamatti of Guatemala implemented strict stay-at-home orders, which meant that Guatemalans were prohibited from leaving their homes from 5 p.m. on Fridays to 5 a.m. on Monday mornings, and added to that was a strict curfew in place from Mondays through Fridays and enforced by police officers who patrolled the streets. And added to that was the increasingly restricted operating hours of grocery stores, outdoor markets, and banks. This might sound well in line with the rest of the world given a global pandemic, but think for a moment what this means for a place like Zona 3. The moms that we work with live in small metal huts called champas that often overheat in the 80-degree weather. They live in those champas with up to 16 family members. And for the families in Zona 3, it's rarely an option for them to buy enough groceries to last them the entire week, so the increasingly restricted operating hours of essential stores and banks posed an incredible impediment to their lifestyles. And in addition to this, all supplementary income generating programs that were pre-existing in the community, as well as educational resources, were closed to the public, and access into the garbage dump itself was prohibited. In response to these devastating changes, we rapidly mobilized and did everything we could to recruit more students, working around the clock, hoping to provide some relief, both monetary and psychological. We were worried about whether the world would even be interested in what was going on in Zona 3 during such a difficult global moment. But in the moments of pause, when I stopped and really listened to what was taking place in the conversations, I heard something really special. Moms were comforting their students. In a time when everything in their lives was in unprecedented upheaval, their nurturing kindness and steadfast hope was changing their students' lives. Every day I was getting texts and calls from students all saying the same thing. My connection with my OLAS mom makes me feel like everything is going to be okay. So what is this motherly love that's so hard to quantify? This X factor, the kindness, the compassion, the comfort, it's something you can't build into an app or a textbook. The closest I've come to being able to define the types of relationships that students build in these Project OLAS lessons is this. It's the kind of listening that makes you change the way you tell your story. And the importance of the way we tell our own stories cannot be understated. For me, for the longest time, the way I told my own story of moms was one purely of loss. But now, with my connection with Isabel and from my connections with the many OLAS moms who I have the honor of working with on a daily basis, that story has begun to take on a different meaning. And it now reads much less like a story of untimely loss and bitterness, and much more like a story of profound gratitude and sober hope. And somewhere in that sea of darkness and confusion during my mom's illness and in its wake, I now find solid ground upon which to stand, because I have faith that this story of moms can have a different ending. And as I've learned from all the mothers in my life, wherever there is fear and calamity, there is also the opportunity to comfort and care for somebody else. Thank you.
Peter Ambler is a graduate of Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service. He got his start in advocacy, advising members of Congress and working in the Obama administration. He was working for Congresswoman Gabby Giffords when she was shot at a constituent event in Tucson, Arizona. Following this tragedy and the Sandy Hook shooting, he, Congresswoman Giffords, and Captain Mark Kelly founded Giffords, Courage to Fight Gun Violence, where he currently serves as the executive director. He's worked with Congress to pass over 300 gun safety laws and to fight the gun lobby's dangerous agenda. Today, he'll outline his journey into the movement and what he believes its future looks like.
Like many, my story of advocacy starts with tragedy. On January 8th, 2011, I woke up on a cold, clear morning in Washington, D.C. Soon, I started receiving the kinds of messages no one expects, but that we all dread. My boss, Gabby Giffords, had been shot in the head from 3 feet away at a constituent meeting in Tucson, Arizona. I remember driving to work, hearing Gabby pronounced incorrectly dead on NPR. I walked into our office to colleagues already there, slumped into corners, grieving the loss of a shining light, a rising star, Gabby Giffords. Of course, she wasn't dead. She was in a Tucson hospital fighting for her life, but others weren't so lucky. My colleague, Gabe Zimmerman, was murdered, as was 9-year-old Christina Taylor Greene, born on 9/11. She wanted to be the president of the United States. She went to go visit that morning her Congresswoman, Gabby, the woman she admired so much, but never got the chance to meet her. 19 were shot, 6 died. Day turned into night, night into day to night. It was a haze of tragedy. I knew enough at the time about gun violence not to be shocked that this had occurred, but I couldn't help but not being able to believe that it had happened sort of around me. I wanted to learn more about gun violence at that point. I remember sitting late at night at my desk, looking over the Capitol and typing into Google gun violence in America and being shocked at what I had learned. 30,000 Americans dead every year from gunshots. Even more shocking, though, was the fact that I was shocked. Here I was, a legislative director, somebody who was literally paid to write the nation's laws, to analyze and evaluate its policies. And I was basically unknowledgeable about one of the greatest sources of mortality for Americans, a source of terror and trauma for our children and our communities. But at that political moment, we were in a situation where our politics, our Congress, too many of our elected officials were in the grip of the gun lobby, where the NRA had built up a political machine, a set of influences over many, many years that not only stopped new policies from taking shape and being put into action that could try and stem this epidemic, but that cowed politicians from even trying. As we now know, Gabby didn't only survive, she fought for a robust recovery from being shot through one side of her brain from 3 feet away, and then to go on to lead a new national movement for safer gun laws. But even in the aftermath of the Tucson shooting, a member of Congress almost murdered at an official event, that history was far, far from being written. Gabby spent months in and out of hospitals and rehabilitation, putting every ounce of her strength and courage into surmounting the seemingly insurmountable. As she progressed in her recovery and had more perspective on what had happened to her and sort of broader problems in the world, she and Mark started thinking about what would their next chapter of public service be. And during that time, we saw horrific shootings around the country. Of course, on a daily basis, where nearly 100 Americans die every day from gun violence. You saw the tragic shooting in Aurora, Colorado at the movie theater. You had the horrific attack at the Oak Creek Sikh temple in Wisconsin. And then, in December of 2012, you had the massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. That shooting perpetrated a psychic wound in our country. And for Gabby, it was no different. I remember being on the phone that day with Gabby and Mark, and just trying to grapple with the extent of this tragedy. 20 dead little children, 6 dead educators, a nation in mourning. But Gabby's voice was crystal clear. Enough, she said, enough. She and Mark knew that they weren't just survivors of gun violence, but that they could bring a vivid, new, unique voice to the gun violence prevention movement. They're not, like I said, just survivors, but also gun owners, Westerners, political moderates, people not from the coast, but from a state like Arizona. In the days that followed, we got to work hard trying to figure out what could this next step be. And what Gabby told me and my colleagues at the time was that this couldn't just be an organization. It had to be a new path forward, a new movement centered not around what the sort of role of firearms in society might be, but fundamentally, how could we work with our nation's lawmakers at the state and federal level to put into place policies that would stop people from being shot, that would prevent gun violence, that was a public safety, a public health effort, and most importantly, do whatever we could to keep our children safe. So on the 2-year anniversary of Gabby being shot, we launched a new movement now called Giffords to try and level the political playing field with the gun lobby and change our culture around guns. In the opening days, it was very difficult. We lobbied Congress trying to pass what was called the Manchin-Toomey background checks bill. We knocked on doors, we wore out our proverbial soles on our shoes, talking to representatives and senators. Many were supportive, many more than had been in the past. However, we still ran into fear of the NRA, fear of the gun lobby. People told us that the politics were too difficult, that the NRA was too powerful, that it couldn't be done, that we should give up and try something different. But as Manchin-Toomey fell to a filibuster, a new movement across America was born. We realized quickly that the NRA's chief weapon, their chief resource, wasn't money and fear. It was hopelessness. Their primary product wasn't selling guns. It was selling a lack of hope. It was making Americans believe that gun violence is not solvable, that it's a naturally occurring phenomenon like a hurricane or an earthquake or a tornado, that we had everything to blame for gun violence except access to guns. It's poverty, bad parenting, video games, social media, mental illness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Things that would take boiling an ocean to solve. But we started digging in on the policy. And we found that that in fact wasn't true. That if you put in place common sense measures like universal background checks and gun permitting, that you'd be able to save the lives of thousands of people across the country. It can be difficult fighting gun violence, but we knew over the years that if we wanted to create change in policy, we first needed to change the politics. For decades, the issue of gun violence had been considered a political third rail. Politicians were scared to touch it. What we wanted to do was not just obliterate the notion that advocating for safer gun laws cost you votes, but to turn the conversation 180 degrees and totally realign the conversation, change the calculus, and get people elected because of, but not despite, their advocacy for stronger gun laws. So we put a plan into action. In 2016, we looked at the Senate map, we looked at who had voted against our Manchin-Toomey background checks bill, and we chose a political target, Senator Kelly Ayotte of New Hampshire. New Hampshire, of course, is the live free or die state, one of this country's top states for gun owners, a place where there would be a lot of skepticism about our ability to create an issue around her opposition to our background checks legislation. But we did our research, we rolled up our sleeves, and we spent millions of dollars communicating with Granite State voters about her record opposing universal background checks while accepting millions from the gun lobby. At the end of the day, on election day, when the votes were counted, we beat Kelly Ayotte, elected in her place a new senator, a new champion for gun safety. And that wasn't just important to add another vote to our column, but we made an example of somebody who had sided with the NRA instead of with us. In the years that followed, we knew we needed to do more. We had beta tested this notion that in a high-profile Senate race, we could beat somebody on this issue. So we wanted to take this sort of beta idea to market. The 2018 midterms loomed large, and over those sort of intervening years, this country was devastated time and time again by horrific shootings. You had the Las Vegas massacre, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. You had the horrific shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. The nation was angry. We were poised for change. So we again did our research, identified congressional districts across the country where we could go on the offense and beat NRA-backed incumbents, and taking our lessons from 2013, from 2016, we rolled up our sleeves and created a national narrative about the corruption of the NRA, their linkage to Republican incumbents, and the fact that we weren't able to pass common sense gun safety legislation like universal background checks into law. In the days after Election Day, it became very clear that we had won this conversation, we had won this debate decisively. We not only outspent the NRA, but we beat 40 NRA-backed Republican incumbents and elected in their place a gun safety majority, a majority in the House of Representatives that, not just sort of wanted to do the right thing on guns, but was elected to do the right thing on guns, and they did. In the opening weeks of the new Congress in 2019, they passed H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, on a 50-vote margin, but that was stuck once it passed the House of Representatives because Mitch McConnell in the Senate and Donald Trump in the White House refused to act on that legislation. As America geared up for the 2020 presidential election, we organized a large-scale forum with which every presidential candidate came to and talked with us and our supporters about the need for gun safety reforms. We filmed every single candidate talking about their thoughts on the gun violence prevention issues to share with our supporters. We encouraged them to adopt strong policies on gun safety because we knew that at the end of the primary, we needed a candidate who could draw a stark contrast with Donald Trump on the issue of gun safety. We needed somebody who's willing to stand up to the NRA. When the dust settled and Joe Biden was nominated as our presidential candidate and Kamala Harris as our vice presidential candidate, that's exactly what we got. And we are so proud that recently we had Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who together constitute the strongest gun safety ticket in my lifetime, and I believe in the history of this country, elected to the White House. We now have a gun safety presidency. I think back to the months after Gabby was shot, when she had a decision whether to sort of sit back, give up, or to press ahead and plow forward. Gabby Giffords is somebody who, for every step that you see her take, for every word that you see her speak, because of her injuries, she must put hours upon hours upon hours of rehab and prep and practice, preparation into doing things that you and I take for granted. In many ways, the gun safety movement has been, in many ways, really, Gabby's recovery is a metaphor for the gun safety movement. It takes diligence, it takes hard work, resilience, grit, determination, and it takes a lot of courage. The courage to face long odds and to know that progress lies sometimes over the horizon, but that it's obtainable if you're willing to put in the work, if you're willing to work for hours and hours and hours to take that one step forward, knowing that after that one step comes another step. I like to say that things oftentimes seem very difficult and that change comes very slowly before it starts coming all at once. I think because of the hard work of survivors like Gabby Giffords, because of the courage of common sense gun owners, because of millions of Americans across the country willing to stand up, that now is the time when change is going to start happening more quickly. And I know that if we're able to succeed in that change, to have a successful gun safety presidency, thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that's not just going to be the culmination of a successful social movement in this country, but it's going to save thousands of people's lives in this country, maybe the life of somebody that you love.
Zev Burton is a junior in the School of Foreign Service, majoring in international politics, fascinated by discovering unique ways to help make the world more peaceful. He is the author of Two Fish in a Tank, How Jokes May Save Our Fractured World, which is set to be published in April 2021. His talk, Make Jokes, Not War, is an in-depth exploration of humour's role as a form of resistance within oppressive governments. In it, he takes us all over the world to various points in history to show how in times of oppression, humour is the most valuable weapon for the oppressed.
In 1998, Otpor, Serbia's non-violent pro-democracy movement, well, they were just a tiny group of broke college students. But they decided to play a prank. They took an oil barrel, taped a picture of the Serbian dictator Milosevic to it, and put it in the middle of Serbia's capital city's largest shopping district. Next to it, Otpor placed a baseball bat. Then they went to a local coffee shop, grabbed a coffee, and watched. Before long, dozens of shoppers lined the streets of Belgrade for a chance to take a swing at Milosevic. Milosevic was despised by many at the time, but Serbians were too afraid to criticize him for fear of imprisonment. 30 minutes in, the police arrived, but what were they to do? They really had no grounds to arrest the shoppers, and the police had no clue who the culprits were, because remember, Otpor is just relaxing in a nearby coffee shop, but the police didn't know that. So what did the police do? They arrested the barrel. The image of the two policemen quite literally dragging the barrel to their police car went viral for months on end. In the words of one member of Otpor, Milosevic and his cronies became the laughing stock of the nation, and Otpor became a household name. Otpor called their version of nonviolent struggle against oppression activism. In 2012, we saw a similar event in Serbia, where a protest brewed under Putin's Russia. I put protest in question marks because the Siberian pro-democracy protest featured no humans. Only teddy bears, Lego characters, and South Park figurines, to name a few. When authorities arrived, they didn't see any culprits because there were no humans there. So what were they to do? You guessed it. They arrested the toys. The toys were hauled off in official police cars to be detained for their illegal behavior. Better yet, the government imposed an official ban on all future toy protests, which then went viral almost immediately, reminding dictators that laughter and humor is a dangerous opposition force. We are convinced that the only ways to combat oppression are with serious means. We protest, we debate, we go to war, but because of what I call the political humor paradox, humor is an essential tool for combating oppression. Now, the political humor paradox is relatively simple. In general, dictators and oppressors can't do much to prevent political humor against them. There's simply no defense against it. If dictators try and fight back, they only appear more ridiculous, thus causing more political humor to manifest within the oppressed. It's the goal of an oppressor to dehumanize their victims and give them no hope of change. After all, humor illustrates their victims' capabilities for free thought, and there's absolutely nothing a dictator fears more than free thought. Put simply, the very existence of laughter and jokes means that a dictator has failed to dehumanize and demoralize their victims. This is humor for a definite purpose. That is, to ridicule the oppressors and keep the oppressed hopeful. Additionally, it's a surprisingly reliable index of the morale of the oppressed. Where there is humor, there is hope. Where there is humor, resistance is likely. Moreover, the reactions to humor by the oppressors give a really interesting insight into their own perceived strength. When oppressors can afford to ignore this humor, they believe they're strong. But when oppressors react violently, they're not. And as multitudes of researchers before me have found, dictators are never really confident in their success by the very nature of a dictatorship. We know that an authoritarian ruler's repression creates fear, which then breeds uncertainty about how much support the ruler has. In response, the ruler is forced to repress further. And in a similar manner, the political humor paradox tells us that if a ruler aims to be more repressive, the shutting down of humor only breeds more humor. Moreover, as long as the oppressor knows that their victims ridicule them, they can never really be sure of their victory. Oppressors thrive on knowing that the oppressed are afraid of them, and humor dispels this very fear. Surprisingly, perhaps the greatest example of the political humor paradox comes from 1930s Germany, where my Jewish ancestors were in concentration camps. They were trying to survive to the next day. Now, when I was younger, it seemed like every week I learned more and more about the atrocities of the Holocaust. Day after day, my ancestors never saw their families again. They watched their friends disappear, and they feared for their lives in ways we can only imagine. As a young Jew myself, I kept wondering how my ancestors made it through. But then, I found the story of Antonin Oberdu. Now, Antonin remembers what it was like living under Nazi occupation. He recalls the anger that the Germans in Czechoslovakia washed away inscriptions making fun of their Fuhrer most vividly, only for these graffiti mocking Hitler to reappear again the next morning. To those under occupation, the Nazis' anger was hilarious. But moreover, humor served as a no-cost, anonymous way of fighting back. Now, two jokes in particular were extremely effective against the Nazi invaders of Czechoslovakia. The first involves a calendar and a pamphlet. Now, for a little bit of history, soon after the war broke out, German soldiers received and distributed a calendar of events that they believed would take place on future dates. According to the schedule, England was expected to be on her knees no later than August 15th, 1940. But then August 15th came, and August 15th passed, and England was far from on her knees. Soon after, the Czechs, who were being oppressed by the Nazis, distributed leaflets reading, "Do you know why Hitler has not invaded England yet? Because the German officers could not manage to learn in time all the English irregular verbs." Another pamphlet distributed at roughly the same time read, "Do you know why the daylight savings time has been exceptionally prolonged this year? Well, because Hitler promised that before the summer is over, he and his army will be in England." The pamphlet made the Nazis furious. Waves of mass arrests actually followed the spread of this pamphlet. Apparently, the Nazis, even though they were the ones in power, didn't enjoy being the butt of the jokes. And better yet, even the Nazis, people in control of a government who was at the time going to war with the world, well, they couldn't fight back against it. Because when they imprisoned the people who made the pamphlets, more pamphlets were made. And these were much more anonymous. But after these pamphlets were spread, it was near impossible to find a Czech truly loyal to the Germans. According to one legend, there was one person loyal to the Germans who was found in an old man who proclaimed on the street that Adolf Hitler is the greatest leader, the Germans are a noble nation, and that he would rather work for 10 Germans than for one Czech. Well, the Germans went up and they asked him what he did for a living, and the Czech Nazi supporter reluctantly admitted to being a gravedigger. In fact, waves of humor often followed waves of restriction or orders from Germany herself. When foreign broadcasts were declared a form of high treason, the following story allegedly occurred. A Czech guest is leaving the restaurant one evening and says to his friend, "Good night. Now I am going to listen to the London and Paris broadcasts." Now he's overheard by a Nazi soldier and is followed to his home. But when the Nazi soldier investigates this man's home, no radio can be found. "Do you listen to foreign broadcasts?" asks the German man suspiciously. The Czech replies, "Oh yes, I just can't help it." Then he kneels, puts his ear to the ground, and says, "That's London there." After that, he puts his ear to the wall of the neighboring apartment and whispers, "Ah, that's Paris there." So the Nazi soldier, he hurries around to the adjacent flats, and in the below flat, there's a high official of the German SS administration, and in the other one, there's the German officer in uniform. Moreover, in the example of the Jews during the Holocaust, jokes really mocked the torture that the Nazis inflicted on them. How? Take the example of survivor Lily Rickman. She, upon arriving at the camps, like every other Jew, was forced to shave her head. She laughed at her free haircut. The laughter was rebellious, if not a little crazy to everyone around her, but it definitely caught the guards off guard. Moreover, she made the Nazi guards think that they were doing her a favor, not dehumanizing her. Moreover, if the Nazi guards chose to joke about the prisoners themselves, the Jews would join in and laugh at the same jokes. The ability to destabilize an oppressive situation by laughing at the expense of oneself was extraordinarily common for the Jews during the Holocaust. And by laughing at these jokes, they subverted the very power the jokes may have had over them. While jokes were at one point used as a weapon to oppress, Jews made the same joke and laughed at themselves, thus getting rid of any power that the jokes may have had. Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel explores this concept in his novel Gates of the Forest, where Gregor, the main character, is orphaned like so many others during the Holocaust. Gregor is hiding in a cave when he meets Gabriel, who teaches Gregor how to employ laughter to catch his oppressors off guard. Gabriel's humor allowed him to rise above the anti-Semitism, because to laugh in the face of fear allows that fear to dissipate. Laughter becomes a concealed dagger against oppressors. One Holocaust survivor remembers how one day the Nazis' guards were hitting them black and blue, and they were laughing while we made fun of them. The guards ended up laughing as well, thus stopping the assault. Now, the Nazis may have gotten the last shot and the last punch, but the Jews got the last laugh. Now, the political humor paradox gives us insight into the power of humor as a resistance tool as well. We've seen how comedy has been used in the face of totalitarianism and in the face of oppression. But this much is clear. We must use comedy as a tool of resistance. It's not to be used all the time, but when we want to seriously combat oppression, paradoxically, we must joke about it. Now, this is counterintuitive, but history tells us that those who made fun of their oppressors had one of two things happen. Either first, the oppressor ignored it, thus elevating the spirits of the oppressed through laughter, or second, the oppressor tries to stifle the laughter in some ridiculous way, which only spawns more jokes. And that's the beauty of the political humor paradox. It works. Sometimes we must laugh in the face of oppression. And by making the oppressor the butt of the joke, the oppressed gain power over the issues that challenge them. Now we see other examples manifesting themselves today. The most prominent example are the dozens of comedians, such as Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock, who are using humor to critique the systemic oppression painfully apparent in the United States. And the US government can do nothing to stop them from doing so. Any action that the government takes to prevent these comedians from joking will only be met with more humor from some of the funniest people alive right now in an age of social media where these jokes can be spread. I shall leave you with the story of my sister, who was the subject of an anti-Semitic attack when she was called a rich Jew at elementary school. She proceeded to pull out her wallet, pull out a $10 bill, give it to her bully, and she said, "Buy some better insults." Thank you.
Kayla Friedland is a junior in the School of Foreign Service. She is an activist and hopes to utilize her educational privilege to uplift marginalized working-class communities through grassroots community and worker organizing. Today, Kayla will be discussing how the road to Black liberation isn't yours to choose. She will reflect on her experiences in change-making, and specifically her experience with the Black Lives Matter movement.
The news of George Floyd's murder flowed in the day after my birthday. I woke up to the rest of the house already tuned in hearing the reports. I refused to look. I, unlike most of America, didn't need to see a cop kneeling on the neck of a Black man for 7 minutes and 46 seconds to understand just how real the perpetual violence against Black bodies in this country is, even by those sworn to protect us. When I returned to DC later that week on the first day of the protests, I got off of a plane and walked into a battlefield, unknowingly drafting myself into a war. It is easy to equivocate watching the news with having understanding, which can be a dangerous assumption in light of the misinformation and propaganda being employed daily to reinforce narratives of fear and division. Rather than the media inquiring about and highlighting the demands of the movement, the premier question is of whether the uprisings are peaceful protests or riots. However, these discussions deliberately overlook the fact that criminalization itself is constructed and now is actively being manufactured around demonizing us, Black people and deviant adjacents to the public. Our conceptions of violence itself are propagandized, and when it is branded underneath national security through U.S. imperialism, establishing our capitalist hegemony and making the 1% richer, it is deemed permissible. But violence in response to an entire people's feelings of insecurity as they are actively being crucified under state-sanctioned terrorism? Unwarranted. Seemingly weighing Black life as worthless in comparison to capital. I implore you, forget your property. Looting is a legitimate form of protest in a country that values property over people, and it seems to get the public's attention more than the loss of Black life does. What you perceive as yours, by all accounts, is not. As a supposed nation on stolen indigenous land, prospering off of resources ruthlessly extracted from other countries, and enjoying most of our wealth as a direct consequence of enslaving millions of African peoples for labor, brutally killing millions, eradicating cultures, stealing lives, and embedding generational trauma that can still be found in our very makeup. Black anger is policed even more heavily than Black bodies. But how long are we supposed to wait patiently for the changes we need to ensure our most basic security? What much of this country doesn't understand is this war did not start with us, but rather has been declared on Black communities since this country's creation. I understand that these, for many, can be hard truths, but for marginalized peoples, these are the realities we live the implications of every day. But make no mistake, I too, while young and unenlightened, strictly subscribed to notions of violence not being the answer, and two wrongs don't make a right. Because honestly, we associate darkness with violence, savagery, uncivilization, but dissociate these concepts from white men and people in positions of power, even as their hands are tightening around our throats. So I adopted the respectable nonviolence theory. And it was not until I would arrive at Georgetown that I would realize that this could not always apply in liberation work. Despite what you may gather at first glance, I am biracial, half Black and half white. I have had the heated discussions about privilege and the Black Lives Matter movement with family members I grew up with. I find myself constantly met with disbelief, as my family struggles to understand how it is that I have essentially transformed into an insurgent. But it was no coincidence that I, in contrast to my white family, grew such unrest in my heart and revolutionary spirit in my soul. The nature of my experiences, my Blackness, served as the catalyst for my radicalization. Now, I certainly possess many privileges alongside my marginalizations, and I acknowledge my limitations in representing all of my community. Nevertheless, our hegemonic media sources are dominated by white voices, and white narratives of Black people's stories are never going to be truly representative of our experiences. This is my attempt at reclaiming this narrative, and I hope to, through sharing some of my experiences, explain the phases that got me from where many of you are sitting to where I am standing with my fist raised. Phase 1, I commenced my formal involvement with partisan politics in desperate search of like-minded people, and my understanding of political participation then meant that I had two options, and I was not choosing the right thing. So I joined my political club of choice on campus, and as the issues with diversity and inclusion within the organization began to arise, I convinced myself that they're fixable, that liberals are fundamentally different from conservatives and capable of doing the work in a more promising way. And I may not have been wrong, but I certainly overestimated their desire to do so, letting my hope cloud my better judgment. I went on to be vice chair and director of advocacy, as well as the spearhead of the Diversity Commission, where I felt my work to be constantly under-acknowledged, as I, the only Black girl on the board, was tasked with juggling the largest department and actively creating and running the commission. I grew increasingly frustrated with the apathetic nods I would get during our general body meetings when I would speak of the importance of diversity and inclusion work, as I knew that those same nodding heads would vanish when the commission meeting times would come. Even among liberals, the woke ones, who undoubtedly would agree that Black Lives Matter and be sure to employ politically correct rhetoric, few were actually willing to show up and shoulder the work alongside me. There was an elaborate culture of performing care. But in reality, my presence only mattered to tick a diversity box. The following semester, I had an unsettling encounter with police in my dorm room, and was met with no compassion from the organization when I missed an event the following morning, only solidifying what I had already been feeling and struggling to come to terms with. There was a fundamental sense of indifference towards the toils of Black people. Phase 2, I moved on to work with other survivors of sexual harm, particularly Black women and non-binary people. In response to the lack of resources and recognition for our community, we drafted a list of demands to the university, asking for what most would consider the bare minimum, requiring comprehensive diversity, bias, and bystander training for all faculty, staff, and deans, hiring Black clinicians, establishing appropriate and adequate resources for the safe transportation on campus, hiring a Black trauma specialist, and mandating a commitment to bolstering the off-campus mental health stipend meant to fill the gaps of the short-term care on campus. This initial list of demands, despite the countless hours we attributed to its creation and the descriptive nature of what our community required, was met by no significant action on the part of the university. Instead, they published a response delineating actions they had already taken, such as hiring for positions that are required on university campuses, and birthing more task forces we did not ask for, with no stated intention of continuing the work to address the harm in the ways the community was begging. In fact, we did not even receive the response personally. It was sent to various notable Black leaders on campus, most of whom had no part, some of which had no knowledge of the creation of these demands. And none of this is a coincidence or a slip-up by the university, but rather a continuation of their trend of deflecting blame and evading action, a concerted effort to undermine our organization and disintegrate our movement. Administrators have admitted to our organizers through Freudian slips that they have known of these issues and how they have particularly been pervasively affecting Black femmes, that these have been points of contention for years, with various movements for equity over the last decade, and through all of this, Georgetown sat idly. These harms were allowed to fester and infect us, and when we provided the answers to the questions they refused to even ask themselves, they were unwilling to do the work to remedy the pain. That is, until we initiated a sit-in outside of the president's office for a week, 9 a.m. to midnight, and they could no longer ignore us. It was not until we were at their doorstep necessitating their addressal of our demands that we were able to make any progress. Within that week, we had more than half of our demands met and created more fundamental change than had been done for the Black femme community in years by administration. We tried the respectable passive route, but when you do not have the power, the elite has no reason to even sit at the table with you, much less to listen and change. We had to take direct actions and make ourselves unavoidable to even reach the ears of those who were meant to serve us. Phase 3. Now, we will hit the fast forward button for the last time to the beginning of the DC uprisings, where my weakened but still rooted high school whims of nonviolence theory decidedly clashed with praxis. Every time my comrades and I left our doorsteps, there was an unspoken understanding that there was a target on our backs. We felt danger from all angles, avoiding the alt-right trying to dox us and the white supremacists looking for game, all to fight for our right to live. And that is not to speak of the violence we face standing toe-to-toe with law enforcement every single day, as they intimidated us, restricted our right to protest, and blocked off community areas and resources. They pushed us further and further back each time we went until we were moved from in front of the White House to I and 16th 2 blocks down. Aside from the suppression of our voices, we found that regardless of how peaceful we presented ourselves to be, our blackness was enough to warrant a threat. I will never forget leaving a march at the Lincoln Memorial early, a march that had proclaimed itself committed to nonviolence and proving the media wrong, and not getting even a block away before a sea of law enforcement officers swarmed and maced the demonstrators, forcing the crowd to disperse in pain and fear. I've seen crowds have multiples of tear gas canisters and internationally banned chemical weapon thrown at them as they chant "hands up, don't shoot" and peaceful protests. I watched a man pour his heart out at a line of officers in front of Lafayette Park, standing feet away from them, saw as they began to shoot rubber bullets at him, and beside him, I screamed for them to stop. Instead, they shifted aim. I was shot twice by bullets encased in rubber and coated with pepper spray, and I have a scar on the back of my arm that will likely never heal, not to mention the emotional scars that I know won't. The violence on the part of protesters is always reactionary, contrary to what the media may influence you to believe, not only because the uprisings are a direct response to the mutilation of Black bodies, but also because we will always be diminished as threats, warranting to the public any kind of violence against us. I can guarantee that at 5'3", I was not a threat to a line of police officers in riot gear. It does not matter whether we put our hands up, identify ourselves as peaceful, or push back, regardless, violence is what we face. We have nothing to lose but our chains. What is radical to you is necessary to me. I had no choice but to be radical by virtue of my identities as a queer person, a Black woman, a poor person. My life experiences have taken me from the blissful ideas of nonviolence to a much harsher understanding that my body, my life, will have to be on the line to ever see the changes I desire. I am still not violent. I have still never been in a fist fight. But participating in, believing in this movement, while it may seem like a choice, is a responsibility. My responsibility, though it should be ours. My identities were the catalyst towards my radicalization, but I hope that even for those who are not bound by identity to a radical politic, that they feel called in. No violence caused by these uprisings can ever supersede the carceral state's violence on our lives as Black people day in and day out. We cannot just wait anymore. We clearly cannot rely on policymakers to have anyone's interest in mind but the elite, and cannot expect the police state to dismantle itself. So what can we do when we've tried peace only to be blatantly met with disregard, when we do not see ourselves and our needs reflected in the systems we are meant to live complacently underneath? So frankly, I urge you to forget the rhetoric of riots versus peaceful protests. The civil rights movement was a riot. Stonewall was a riot. The arguments for peaceful protests stem from a position of privilege, but for communities like ours, we either accept that we will not be listened to, be spoken over, or we fight. The reach of this movement, the power of this movement is unprecedented. It represents an incredible opportunity to demand structural change. Fixation on the means with no context to how we got here or regard to how expeditious progress has only been made through these means. And that is belittling to us and to all who have struggled for our collective liberation before us. Myself and my friends, all college-aged, were effectively molded into soldiers in a war many of us were born into just by virtue of being Black. Direct your energies and your frustrations towards that. Towards the fact that students are taking to the streets because we refuse to see a day where our children have to live under these same conditions. We've been declared enemies of the state and treated as such in every interaction. One could say that we are fundamentally oppositional to the state because inherent to the state is white supremacy. Inherent to the state is racial capitalism that, so long as it is in existence, will thrive off of the backs of Black people and their oppression. One could say that we are enemies of the state because believing in Black life is antithetical to the very foundations this country is built upon. We threaten your racist institutions, customs, and culture. We are pushing you to where you are uncomfortable. I acknowledge this and how it may be jarring. However, none of the aforementioned are worth more than people's lives, especially not your comfortability. To prioritize your need for security and privilege in the wake of the subjugation of Black people is to not only validate, but to embody the oppressor. It is imperative that we allow Black people to control the own narratives of their experiences. It is important across all identities to turn to Black people for the first time in our country's history to lead a revolutionary movement. It is due time to take up a spear in our defense, as we say on the streets, not as an ally, but as an accomplice, while allowing us to forge the path to our own freedom. The work isn't dictated by your comfortability and doesn't stop despite who holds presidential office. It stops when Black people stop dying. So where do you fit in? Use this time to educate yourself, not by expecting Black people's emotional labor, but with a simple Google search and a little intention. Acknowledge your own privileges and the responsibilities that come with them, whether you are white, upper class, able-bodied, a citizen, straight, a student. We all have a point of privilege from which we can build power for the marginalized. Now more than ever, it is time to figure out where you plug into the movement. Whether it is through taking to the streets yourself or continuing to donate to bail funds and BLM-related GoFundMes, making calls to relevant offices, demanding justice, routinely calling out racism and microaggressions as you see them, getting involved with community mutual aid, spreading social awareness through public education, or any other mechanisms for change. But most important of all, if you take nothing else from this talk, remember that the path to Black liberation is not yours to choose. Thank you.
Welcome back to TEDxGeorgetown 2020. Our second session will be centered around the theme Filtering and Distilling Truth. Uncovering and exposing hidden and disguised information is never easy. This pressure is only amplified when one's work goes against powerful institutions and leaders. However, these artists, scientists, and journalists do this every day. These distillers of truth dive deep, alone into uncharted waters. Through various platforms, they are able to bring attention to the realities of our society to which many of us are blind. We are proud to introduce our speakers for this session, Father Gerard McGlone, Alexandra Bowman, and Kul Chandra Gautam. Thank you.
Father Gerard McGlone is a Senior Research Fellow at the Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and World Affairs. He is a multiple award-winning author for his works, Creating Safe and Sacred Places, and The Inner Life of Priests. Additionally, he served as the Associate Director for Protection of Minors for the Conference of Major Superiors of Men. His works have revolved around the clerical sexual abuse crisis in the Church, and as a survivor himself, He will reveal how he dealt with the trauma and the progressive path forward he sees for victims.
Hi, my name is Father Jerry McGlone. I'm a Jesuit priest and a senior research fellow at the Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and World Affairs at Georgetown University. Thank you so much for joining us this day of TEDxGeorgetown, where indeed a drop can create a ripple. The title of my talk is Finding the Words, Transforming Trauma. What I'd like to do is start with a quote of one of my favorite authors. Words are things, I'm convinced. Someday we'll be able to measure the power of words. I think they are things. I think they get on the walls, they get in your wallpaper, they get in your rugs, in your upholstery, and in your clothes, and finally, into you. In order for us to measure the power of words, I think we first need to find the words. There's an old statistical axiom that you can't measure if you don't know what's there. So I'd like to begin with a story of my own life and how I came into clinical psychology and this topic of researching the clerical sexual abuse crisis in the Catholic Church. Trust me, it was not by choice. I was driving to my first pre-doctoral internship in San Diego, California. And it was a foggy Monday morning. There were sirens sort of swelling in the background, and I didn't think anything of it, and I was really on time and thinking that this would be an exciting day. When suddenly, clear out of the blue, this man being chased by the police broadside at me at over 55 miles an hour. Shattered pelvis, broken hip, many months of healing forced me to wake up to a lot of realities I had buried. I didn't forget them, I just buried those memories. One of the cherished memories I have now is that period of time when I was healing. See, my mother had passed away some 9 months prior to that accident. And so my dad was able to come out and help me in this healing process, which was pretty arduous. What was striking was I never knew for years why I so resented my dad and why we had a sort of off and on relationship, though clearly we were still very much in love with each other. Well, I sort of had an aha moment in that healing when my dad started to teach me to walk. And I remembered my aunts and uncles telling me that, Jerry, you know, when you were growing up, you were the kid who was always wrapped around your dad's legs. You see, I grew up in a family of 8. I was the 6th of 8. My dad had 3 jobs in which he was trying to put food on the table and send us all to Catholic school, which was not cheap at the time. But those months after that accident provided us with an opportunity to heal relationship and to heal that relationship through telling each other stories. That's had an enormous impact in my life. But what also happened at that time was I also had to face other losses. My dad left around Christmas time and unfortunately came back again to San Diego to help my sister go through chemo and radiation because she was then diagnosed with breast cancer. It was later in the summer when he left to go back to Philadelphia, and he was experiencing some discomforts following. Come to find out he had advanced stage esophageal cancer, and we believe the radiation in the attempt to cure that cancer might have damaged his heart. So on September 14th, he passed away in his sleep peacefully. Remember, for us Catholics, September 14th is the Feast of the Triumph of the Cross. The car that broadsided me was speeding down Santa Cruz Street. Sometimes we're all forced to be at the foot of the cross, not of our own choosing, just as the disciples and Mary, the Mother of God, and the women of Jerusalem. It was 9 months after my dad's death that my sister passed away of cancer. So, being a clinical psychology student, I ended up in therapy. And one of the things I had to realize in therapy was that indeed my own childhood was not just bereft of my father being around, but had been tarnished by a Jesuit priest who I had known in high school, who both emotionally, physically, and sexually abused me on a regular basis, both as a high school student and as a young novice. and as someone in formation. You see, he was vocation director, high school teacher, and formator. I certainly knew that this had happened, but my distorted beliefs, my inability to find the words as to what this was really part of the brainwashing that any perpetrator does, and how they think that indeed what they've taught you was love when in reality it was abuse. So that first period of time of me finding my words really transformed a set of traumas and a set of losses for me. What also occurred at that time was in 1992, during this time period, a family violence professor was walking down the hall and just, referred to me saying, "Jerry, you're a priest. How about if you look at the front page of the New York Times and, work on your dissertation on that?" And for many of you who may not know, 1992 was the first time the United States Catholic Conference of Bishops was dealing with the sexual abuse crisis. The famous case from Louisiana had come forward. Jason Berry's book had been written. But as you and I all discovered in the 90s, the church was not willing to deal with that. But what happened to me was striking in the sense that dealing with those losses, dealing with my own sexual trauma history, I started researching sexually offending and non-offending Roman Catholic clergy. The title of my dissertation was indeed that, and characterization and analysis. So I didn't graduate in 2 years, but I graduated in 2001. It was in many ways that experience, coupled with the experience of being in a fairly active and just dynamic parish, that really allowed me to walk in a whole different way of being. See, what I discovered in these parishioners at St. James Parish in Solana Beach was that I didn't need to be a cleric. I didn't need to be in my priestly role to be accepted for who I was. They called me Father Job at that parish because of all the misfortunes and all the calamities that had been in my life. And they taught me in a very special way how to rediscover my vocation, how to rediscover my own priestly identity and my Jesuit identity. That had all basically disappeared within a couple of years. I was betwixt and between. I didn't know what to think, what to believe, and I certainly had doubts about the fact that God was indeed there. In my anger, in my disbelief, in my processing all those losses, what I realized was I had to make the church my own. I had to make my Jesuit vocation my own, not dependent upon my perpetrator and not dependent upon the organizations of both the church and the Jesuits. That was a profound moment of finding my words and transforming trauma. The third aspect of really finding the words and transforming trauma really is about the ways in which we have to look at what happened in the church. 1992, as I said, was the first time, and then we all found out in 2002 what indeed the church had not done and how they had put survivors last. There's a line in Spotlight which details the cover-up and the years of neglect and abuse of an institution that really highlights the way forward and understanding what happened. In that, there's one line that says, if it takes a village to raise a child, then it surely takes a village to abuse a child. What we now have discovered in the more recent scandals of the Pennsylvania Grand Jury Report and the McCarrick scandal, and now trying to process the McCarrick report, there is little doubt that we have a systemic issue here. A systemic way in which the voices, the words, the acknowledgement, the reality of the survivors has never been put first. In many ways, we made the mistake that I was often taught not to do in graduate school, that if you treat sexual offenders, if you just listen to sexual offenders, then your world is warped, your perspective is biased, and you do not hear, you do not even see, you do not even know the pain of what it means to be a survivor of the pain of that perpetrator. Unfortunately, the church not only covered up for the perpetrators, but so did many other systems of police, of our own sort of way of thinking about clergy, of families who did not believe their children who came to them, and of many other systems within the church that hid and concealed what was going on, most especially the insurance companies, and the church lawyers. It was the press from the outside. It was those from the outside, the lawyers from the outside, that have continued to force us to face this reality, as unpleasant as it is. But that inability to hear and find the words of the survivor from the beginning meant that we were listening to and only hearing the words of the abusing church and the abuser. That did not cause transformation, as now we see in black and white in the McCarrick report. The final way in which we have an opportunity to get it right is to put the stories of survivors front and center. That's the research I've been privileged to do here, having been invited by President DeGioia into this university in order to advance forward some knowledge, some way of recognizing a new path forward, so that we don't repeat the saga of 1992, 2002, 2018, and now. It begins first and foremost with listening, acknowledging, knowing, and accompanying the survivor. That's what I'll be doing by recording their stories and figuring out which ways are more effective, so that perhaps all formation classes in seminaries, all religious leadership trainings, all pastor trainings, all catechetical trainings would always begin with the survivor's story first. It would be uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable to sit in the pain of someone else's experience. Many theologians have said perhaps that's the moment we're called to. That whether we like it or not, and unwillingly, we have to go to the foot of the cross as a church and as individuals. Because being at the foot of the cross, then we have a story to tell. Just as they gathered in the upper room in order to share what they saw, what they heard, and to come to some sense in the chaos of what that upper room must have been like, so too we are beckoned into that same spiritual and psychological moment. When I first started being a therapist, I started in what was called a suicide hotline. My mentor at that time said to me, you know, Jerry, you really are going to do what every good parent, what every good person will do when a friend comes to them and saying, you know, I'm really out of sorts. I really am in pain. I just want to get through this day, and I really don't think I can make it. And we unintentionally will dismiss this person's perspective and feelings by simply saying, oh, you'll be okay. She said, that's the worst thing you could say to someone on a suicidal hotline. And she used this image I hope you find helpful today. She said, Jerry, it's much like sailing. You have to you have to steer into the pain, steer into the wind in order for any movement to occur, for any dialogue to occur, for any ability simply to be present to the pain. In finding the words, in being able to transform trauma, you and I as a church, as a society, need finally and for the first time in many ways, but the stories of survivors ever before us. We do that every Triduum, don't we, when we recall Holy Thursday, Good Friday, and Easter Sunday. That same rhythm, that same salvific rhythm where we see life and death is, I believe, our destiny in this moment. If we are to make sense of the horror of the McCarrick report, the Pennsylvania grand jury report, we must begin and exert our efforts to undo the wrong that was done in 1992, 2002, and 2018 and put survivors first. In our finding our words for this horror, in our listening to the stories of survivors and putting them first, I believe we can transform the trauma of those individuals who've been so scarred by these perpetrators and this church, and begin to look at the situation that it's not just the bad apples, but indeed the bad apple in the bad barrel that needs our attention. You and I are summoned, whether we like it or not, to an incredibly difficult moment. We can run from the pain, or we can steer into the pain. And in that, finding our words can transform trauma. And indeed, a drop creates a ripple of change. Thank you.
We talk about politics all day long, and when talking with someone we disagree with, our default temperature might be boiling. Alexandra Bowman talks about how to talk politics while keeping the peace, and maybe even having a productive conversation. Alexandra is a political cartoonist for the Lincoln Project's editorial and environmental news platform, Our Daily Planet. She founded and hosts The Hilltop Show, a political comedy web series and talk show based at Georgetown with a staff of students from across the United States. Alexandra is a junior in the college majoring in English and art.
As of today, over 11,000 Breitbart commenters have compared me to a Nazi. I run a political comedy web series based at Georgetown University that aims to help inform the youth of America about political issues. Back when we were based on Georgetown's campus, our team held our weekly meetings in a glorified broom closet, the McCarthy Library, which is essentially a study space in a dorm, not a real library. The space had a few hundred books in it, and one day in late January, we noticed that one of the book covers featured a young Native American woman with blood on her clothes. And upon further inspection, we realized that the hundreds of books on that shelf in that little dorm closet were pornographic dime novels from the mid-20th century. Many had completely naked women on them, often under the age of consent. Many of the books fetishized women of Asian and South American descent. We sent an email to the university merely asking if they were aware the books were there. We did not make any demands, not that the books be contextualized, not that the books be removed. We simply asked if the university knew about them. And 8 hours after we sent an email to the university, every book in that library was gone. And after Georgetown's newspaper picked up the story, a far-right news source for university news, The College Fix, reported on it, and the story turned the head of none other than Breitbart. This Breitbart article was not exactly Pulitzer material, teeming with adjectives and framing that constitute exactly what the AP implores journalists to avoid. Breitbart deemed the organization I run a, quote, crack research team, which I believe means, contrary to the opinions of some people who think they were complimenting us, I think it means that Breitbart thinks that we're on crack. It's my best guess. This Breitbart article ended up being shared over 39,000 times and received over 11,000 comments. So, in the 7 months since this happened, back in February 2020, I've had a lot of time to reflect. This experience taught me a lot, but I took away 2 big core lessons. First, the article itself had misreported the facts of the situation in multiple respects. Primarily, they hadn't mentioned that we had not actively sought to remove the books. This made the importance of accurate reporting very real to me. And second, 39,000 readers disseminated this information, and 11,000 commenters automatically took the false reporting in that Breitbart article as gospel, and actually shared their own thoughts and condemnations of me and my team based on those falsehoods. Here are just a couple examples of the kind of comments that we received. 1. Many books fetishize young non-white women, end quote. Well, maybe it's because of the likes of Bowman. I don't buy books for it is cover, typo made by commenter, but obviously this quote lady, end quote, small s, very small s, maybe get offended because olive oil is more attractive than she. Second one, if the feelings of one entitled idiot is all it takes for a university to change their policies and deprive the other students of essential information, just think of how easily the idiots will make it for dangerous ideologies like communism and Islam to infiltrate and take over. 3, when you burn books, you'll soon burn bodies. 4, I have to wonder, does this female expect the school to tuck her in at night? No, I don't. Last one, probably my favorite. Looks like Hitler is alive and well at Georgetown University. So to be completely clear, I truly was more entertained by these remarks than anything else, and I had no reason to take any of these comments personally because none of them were truly directed at me. They were directed at an idea of me that these commenters had in their heads that was by no means accurate, thanks to a false impression that Breitbart, of all people, had created of me and the team that I run in these commenters' minds through false reporting. They blindly trusted facts put out by Breitbart And they did not seek to understand why we carried out our courses of action before calling us Nazi book burners and me a lot of inappropriate words. But I didn't just write this talk because I wanted to tell this story again, this time into my camera, instead of to the faces of unwilling friends at parties. I want to use this to show you an example of outrage being expressed when it was needless. Each of these commenters got their views somewhere. And of course, some of them might be racial pornography historians who were concerned about preserving these priceless historical artifacts. And alternatively, some of them might have different standards for what qualifies as censorship than I do. And I started writing that with the goal of adding a punchline at the end, but the fact is that some of these commenters might have been coming from a reasonable place, and that's the point. Not one of the comments we read, and we didn't read all 11,000, we read most of them, were not just dismissive of our case, but openly hostile, often towards me personally. And I'm going to assume that they weren't just born that spiteful, that angry, that mean towards someone they'd never met. The fact that Breitbart reported the facts incorrectly also meant, like I said earlier, that these commenters were working from misinformation. And maybe it's wishful thinking to dream that internet commenters could start opening their ears to hear out the other side, and I fear that at this point it is. But these commenters were following in the footsteps of others that they've observed, their role models who go about political discourse in a certain way. The actions of those leaders get into the heads of their followers, inciting ripple effects throughout culture that sway the beliefs and actions of many. So, let's step away from the Breitbart situation for just a second. Take yourself out of the mind of a Breitbart commenter, you poor soul, for just a second. Imagine that you are having a conversation with an acquaintance about politics on your lunch break pre-COVID. Imagine that you've grown up in a certain environment, and for whatever reason you haven't had the opportunity to stretch your mind outside your bubble. You share one of your beliefs with your friend, and they call that belief wrong or ignorant. Your emotions might rise up, your heart rate might go up, your chest might tighten, your hands might start to feel cold and damp, you might start to feel lightheaded, your head might start to pound, and guess what? That is normal. That's called the good old fight or flight response, and you feel this as the person being called out. And let's be honest, most of us in that situation would probably fight. And when you fight, you being the person being called out, the other person fights back or flees the situation altogether, and neither of those results help anyone. You, as the one being called out, must put the fight or flight aside for two key reasons. Political discourse seeks to advance both people having it in a two-person conversation to a place where they both understand some conception of truth. That is, both sides adopt a nuanced understanding of the core of an issue, which is influenced by stories from a variety of perspectives, as well as, ideally, moral truth. But in all this, no one is persuaded by simply being told that they're wrong. Now let's talk about this from the position of one presenting the other person with new and difficult information, i.e. the one doing the calling out. If you're trying to make the world more tolerant through speaking up and speaking out when you're having these conversations, you gotta make the other person feel heard. Not just heard, but also understood. On a neurological level, making the other person feel heard disseminates the need for the fight or flight response, because no one is told you're wrong or you're ignorant and feels great about it. And when it's not just a conversation in a break room between two people, but instead a fight in a group chat with 1,000 people or on the internet for the whole planet to see, it's so much worse. The bottom line is this: we must assume ignorance rather than hatred. We are unlikely in Gen Z circles, standard group chat circles, to run into people who are operating from a place of conscious, egregious hatred. They have biases that can be conscious, but the vast majority of people's bias is unconscious. Truth exists, but we can't slap people in the face with it. You have to filter truth in a way that the more resistant people in your life and on the internet will accept it. You must distill it into smaller nuggets or ideas that people will be willing to understand. Ideally, people would just accept truth in its full, glistening package. You should be able to present it, and they'll just agree. But this is rarely the case. When trying to present the truth, you must compromise. Think of this example. If you tell someone that them saying systemic racism isn't real makes them a racist and they should be fired from their job and kicked out of their university for saying that, they're not going to listen to anything that you have to say about why them saying that is so harmful. However, if you say that their act of saying systemic racism isn't real is helping support a racist agenda, they might be more willing to listen to you. With the latter, you are saying something that fiercely condemns their actions, but you aren't attacking them personally. You are saying that their words, not them, their words are harmful. Attack an idea, not the person sharing them. And hopefully once you've thought through this a bit more and practice simply changing your words, this sentiment might become something you feel in your heart too. Be extremely hesitant to begin to disdain the person themselves. Instead, direct your animosity towards their words. I'll put it a different way. Ever heard of the frog in the water metaphor? It's pretty gruesome. A chef is trying to boil a frog in a pot of hot water. And the first time the chef boils a pot of water and he puts the frog right into that water. And the frog immediately jumps out because the boiling water was too hot, the transition was too sudden, and the frog immediately rejects its new environment. The second time the chef tries, he puts lukewarm water in a pot, then puts the frog in it, and then gradually turns up the heat. The frog doesn't notice the water heating up, and before it realizes the water's too hot, it loses consciousness and subsequently dies of heat stroke and disintegrates in the pot. Understand the point. If you make water too hot too early, the person you're trying to convince of your complex point, which might ultimately be damning to that individual on a personal and/or political level, will not listen to you. And true internal change doesn't happen all at once. It happens gradually. Very rarely is someone willing to just accept that they're wrong or misguided or ignorant right up front. Start with empathy. Start by explaining the gravity of the situation at hand. Start by explaining the trauma and oppression being experienced by a particular group. Help them empathize. And maybe they won't agree with you. Maybe you won't persuade them all the way to your side. But at least you provided them with an alternative point of view. And if they're a civil human being participating in a conversation with you in good faith, maybe they'll even walk away with a seed planted in their subconscious that will grow into greater understanding later on. And let's be clear, some people won't be persuaded. Sometimes it truly is better to preserve a relationship than to get someone to change their minds about something, even if it's really important, even if it's about your rights. It's up to you to realize when it's actually worth it to go further in a conversation and potentially tarnish a family relationship. The opposite of this is also true. There are some people that you won't be able to persuade, and while kindness is always a good rule of thumb, you can peacefully cut ties with someone if they hold views that you find particularly unacceptable. The bottom line is that in your next political conversation, or even in your just next generic tense conversation, or personal or sensitive conversation, remember to be kind. And don't just try to understand where they're coming from for the sake of argument. That's the first level of morality. On the second level of morality, however, you might be able to use that alternative perspective to inform your own future takes. And even if certain opinions repel you, it is important to be aware of cultures from across a range of perspectives. It is important to understand cultures that are spreading harmful views so that when you go off to try to set the world on fire, you actually understand your opposition. Lao Tzu said it best, know your enemy. But don't think of this person as your enemy. Think of them as another human being who carries a history and a story. You must remember that even though their story might have led them to a set of perspectives that you find highly problematic, their story is valid, and you have a responsibility to treat it as such. So maybe we won't agree ideologically with the perspectives of those we oppose, but we must seek to at least understand their thought process. We must assume ignorance rather than hatred. That's how I and my team approached the Breitbart commenters, and if they had done the same for us, none of those comments would be there. We assumed ignorance of the Breitbart people, they assumed hatred in us. No one brings the opposition to their side through condemnations and pile-ons. This tactic frequently serves to embolden the other side and make them dig their feet into their own ground. However, showing both an unwillingness to be swayed in one's own beliefs as well as love to one's enemies can actually change the minds of the uninformed and ignorant. Changing our current culture to that in which peacemaking rather than conflict is the norm will begin on the smallest scale. It will begin when individuals choose in their hearts to turn the other cheek to hatred, condemning bigotry while seeking peace and demonstrating love to others. The more individuals do this within themselves, the faster the broader culture will change. Thank you very much.
Kul Chandra Gautam, a distinguished diplomat from Nepal and a former senior UNICEF and UN official, speaks about the continuing need and relevance of multilateralism and global solidarity to tackle the biggest problems facing our world today, from the COVID pandemic to the climate crisis, war and peace, and poverty and inequality. A graduate of Dartmouth College and Princeton University, Gautam is a keen observer of America's role in international affairs. Dispelling many myths and misinformation about the UN, Gautam outlines its real strengths and weaknesses and offers some suggestions to make it more effective. It is a wise and timely advice that merits our attention.
Greetings. I wish to share with you why multilateralism and international cooperation are needed more urgently than ever before to solve the great problems facing humanity today. No country in the world, no matter how big or powerful, can tackle the headline problems of our times by itself, like the COVID pandemic, the climate crisis, issues of war and peace, poverty and inequality. I come from Nepal, a relatively small country between China and India. When you are surrounded by giant neighbors, you develop two instincts. First, a strong national pride in your unique identity, and second, a sense of humility and willingness to partner with others. I find this combination of pride and humility a healthy mix. Big and powerful countries often lack such balance. The United States has just passed through 4 years of shocking imbalance, flaunting a surplus of hubris and deficit of humility. Americans are divided on the reasons for the colossal mishandling of the COVID pandemic that has killed more Americans than the wars in Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, and Iraq combined. But the rest of the world attributes it to America's refusal to follow science and proven best practices. This is the first global crisis in the past century when the US has failed to exercise global leadership. International friends of America see the need for it to make a radical course correction to reassert its global leadership as a champion of multilateralism with humility and generosity. Many of the world's worst problems respect no borders. Pandemics, global warming, terrorism, cybercrime, and fake news don't need passports or visas to travel. You cannot build a wall to prevent their entry or exit. That's why we need the United Nations. The UN is part of a system of global governance, guided by international laws and treaties that are beneficial to all countries. It provides a forum to seek win-win solutions for the collective interest of all peoples. The United Nations just turned 75 years. To make it more fit for today's challenges, it definitely needs to be reformed. I was fortunate to work with the UN and one of its most effective agencies, UNICEF, for over 3 decades. Based on my direct experience, I am quite aware of its strengths and its weaknesses. But you might be surprised that the UN's real weaknesses are not the ones that most Americans are led to believe. Many Americans think that the UN is anti-American, dominated by China and third world countries. Not true, really. A few weeks ago, former US Ambassador Nikki Haley said that the UN was a place where dictators, murderers, and thieves denounce America and demand that we pay their bills. What she said was not entirely untrue, it was simply half true. The other half of the truth is that the US often votes at the UN precisely with those dictatorial regimes rather than with its democratic European allies. Yes, the US generally champions civil and political rights at the UN, but when it comes to social and economic rights, such as the right to health, education, and housing, the US consistently votes against them. I have witnessed the US enter into unholy alliances with many undemocratic regimes at the UN. It often joins them to oppose women's right to safe motherhood and reproductive health, children's right to clean air and water, and citizens' rights against gun violence. Today, the US is the only country in the world that has not ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and one of the few that has not ratified the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Yes, the US has been a generous funder of UNICEF, of the UN. In return, the UN has also been very generous to the US, offering it many leadership positions and influential roles. But you cannot buy leadership with money alone. America first is a fine principle, but when the US isolates itself by withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord, the nuclear agreement with Iran, and the World Health Organization, that makes it America alone as a pariah, not a leader. With 193 members, the UN is a complex organization. It is neither pro-American nor anti-American. But if America plays by the rules and leads by example, the UN can be its best ally. The UN Charter speaks about we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the equal rights of men and women and of nations large and small. But we know that the UN has not always lived up to those ideals. The main reason why the UN fails is because its member states often pursue narrow national interests when the problems require global solidarity. But when the UN and the nations of the world, particularly big powers like the US, Russia, China, and Europeans, take an enlightened approach of global solidarity, the UN can achieve great success. Let me mention some of its major successes. The UN helped prevent the Cold War between the Soviet bloc and American allies from turning into a hot war. The UN mounted over 200 peacekeeping operations, protected millions of civilians, and contained many local conflicts from becoming regional or global wars. Over 300 treaties were negotiated at the UN, setting international norms to reduce conflict, protect human rights, and promote the health and well-being of people and our planet. The UN helps developing countries reduce poverty, eradicate disease, and promote health and education with notable success. The UN remains second to none in coordinating humanitarian assistance during natural disasters and man-made conflicts. Unfortunately, such good news is rarely reported on the front pages of our media. Yet, the UN, its agencies and leaders have won 14 Nobel Peace Prizes for their good work and achievement. No other organization can claim such honor. Let me now address two frequent criticisms. One, the UN is bureaucratic and ineffective. And two, the UN is too expensive. Yes, the UN is often bureaucratic and inefficient, just like the US government, the Pentagon, and perhaps even Georgetown University. In my memoir, I discussed the major strengths and weaknesses of the UN and outlined some proposals to make it more effective, transparent, and democratic. I argue that the main fault for UN's weaknesses lies with the big powers, including the US. The effectiveness of any organization depends largely on the quality of its leadership. Sadly, appointments for the UN's top jobs, including the Secretary General and the heads of its major departments and agencies like UNICEF, UNDP, the World Bank, are not based on open competition to select the most qualified candidates. Such posts are mostly reserved for the nationals of certain powerful countries, or are agreed through haggling among different blocs of countries. If the big powers agree to competitive selection for all senior posts, that would help to make the UN much more effective. On the UN being very expensive, yes, there is room for improvement. However, it depends on what we compare it with. Let us take one big ticket item, the UN peacekeeping operations. Currently, there are nearly 100,000 blue helmets from over 100 countries. serving in dangerous conflict zones, mainly in the Middle East and Africa. They help enforce ceasefires, demobilize combatants, protect women from sexual violence, and free children forced to serve as child soldiers. The total budget for these peacekeeping missions is just under $7 billion per year. Now that may sound like a lot of money, but it is actually less than 1% of the US defense budget and less than 0.4% of the world's annual military spending. Studies by the US government's Accountability Office show that UN-led peacekeeping missions are more cost-effective and more successful than the US-led operations. For example, the US-led peacekeeping mission in Haiti was 7 times more expensive than the UN-led mission. Another example, the US recently withdrew unilaterally from the World Health Organization. That was condemned by the rest of the world. But historically, the US has provided generous funding and strong leadership for global health programs to eradicate and control deadly diseases like smallpox, polio, AIDS, malaria, and TB. These programs have been highly successful and cost-effective. Today, UNICEF, in partnership with WHO and Gavi, supplies nearly half the world's childhood vaccines, over 2 billion doses annually for nearly 100 countries. They save the lives and protect the health of tens of millions of children. Sadly, the COVID pandemic is threatening to unravel many such gains. But once again, the UN is rising to the occasion. Right now, UNICEF is getting ready to lead the world's largest and fastest procurement of COVID vaccines as soon as they become available. But as I said, the UN is not perfect. It must reform and transform itself. I believe that the biggest reforms the UN needs are in 4 areas. Number 1, democratizing the UN. The UN is supposed to promote democracy in the world, but its strongest organ, the Security Council, is itself very undemocratic, with its 5 permanent members enjoying the veto power. There was good logic for the veto provision when the UN was founded 75 years ago, but that logic is no longer valid. Yet, the composition and powers of the Security Council cannot be changed without the voluntary consent of the same 5 veto powers. We need highly enlightened leadership in those countries and a sustained civil society campaign to bring real democracy to the UN. Number 2, responsibility to protect. Many countries ruled by dictators and authoritarian regimes, like North Korea, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Belarus, and Venezuela, hide behind their sovereignty to oppress their people, even to deprive them of humanitarian relief. When governments are involved in massive violation of their citizens' rights, they should not be allowed to get away with such crimes. World leaders at a UN summit in 2005 agreed that the international community has a responsibility to protect vulnerable people if their own government is unable or unwilling to do so. Big powers like the US must help the UN to implement the responsibility to protect, but without using double standards to protect their favorite dictators and only denounce their detractors. Number 3, prioritize disarmament and development. The main purpose of the UN is to prevent wars and promote peace. But today, the world is flush with arms and weapons. We spend almost $2 trillion per year on military expenditure. That is almost $5.5 billion daily. Instead of feeling ashamed, some leaders boast about spending more money on the military. The time has come for enlightened citizens to demand drastic reduction in military spending in all countries. What the world needs now is not more money for guns and weapons, but massive increase in funding for the Sustainable Development Goals to combat poverty and inequality and to protect our planet for future generations. Number 4, changing the UN's financing system. Money and military power dominate the UN more than democratic norms. Major donors to its budget often wield undue influence. Funding for the UN is currently based on a mutually agreed assessment of each country's capacity to pay. But from time to time, major donors like the US complain that they are paying too much and threaten to cut off their funding if the UN does not do their bidding. To avoid such threats, former Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme made a very creative proposal. He proposed in 1985 that no country should be asked or allowed to contribute more than 10% to the UN's budget. That would have meant a significant reduction in the US share of the UN budget from 25% to 10%, and a modest increase in contribution by most other countries. Don't you think the US Congress and administration would welcome such proposal? No, the Reagan administration actually opposed it. Why? Because its reduced contribution could possibly lead to reduced US influence at the UN. I am for the Palme proposal to reduce the UN's overdependence on a handful of large donors, if they are also prepared not to claim undue influence in high-level UN jobs and other decision-making processes. Today, many UN activities benefit from voluntary contribution of governments as well as the private sector and philanthropic foundations. I believe we must seriously explore more such innovative possibilities, including income from the global commons and the Tobin tax, to liberate the UN from the perpetual threat of arbitrary cuts and defunding by major donors. If we can achieve these 4 big reforms, we can help the UN to live up to its full potential. Dear friends, human civilization tends to march 2 steps forward and 1 step backward. Currently, we see multilateralism weakening and populist nationalism rising. But in the long march of history, I see humanity continuing to move from primitive tribalism to modern nationalism to a future of global solidarity. Multilateralism is here to stay because it is good for humanity in our increasingly interdependent world. I sincerely hope that after 4 years of America alone unilateralism, the new US administration will rejoin and help rebuild a more robust multilateral system with the UN at its core. I'm delighted that young people increasingly regard themselves as global citizens, united by common human aspirations, rather than divided by narrow ethnic, religious, or nationalist sentiments. If we can prevent the rising inequalities from driving young people to alienation and extremism, we have a good chance to build a more united, prosperous, and egalitarian world than any previous generation. So I call on all people of goodwill, particularly the young generation, to rededicate ourselves to build such a future, save our planet, and rebuild a stronger United Nations. Thank you.
Welcome back for our third session of TEDxGeorgetown, entitled Transcending Currents of Progress. The description for this session reads as follows. Not one single drop is exactly the same. Therefore, innovators and groundbreaking thinkers are imperative to transcend currents of progress. These brilliant minds are the scientists, inventors, executives, and trendsetters in our communities. From pushing the barriers of technology to finding new ways to harness science, they have created and invented in fields few others even dared to approach. They've brought new perspectives that have completely altered what we believe possible today. Their work has unveiled new paths for human progress and shows the immense value of creative and diverse thought. Now sit back, relax, and get excited to hear from three truly remarkable speakers. Daniel Hum on tackling food insecurity, Dr. Hendrik Tolman on weather forecast innovation, and lastly, Dr. Stanley Barr on cyberception. Daniel Hum, chef and owner of the Make It Nice restaurant group, started working at a kitchen at the young age of 14 and has spent over 20 years transforming everyday brasseries into some of the most celebrated restaurants in the entire world. Today, he is a world-renowned chef with 3 Michelin stars and 4 stars from the New York Times. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Daniel and his partners at Rethink Food created a commissary kitchen out of 11 Madison Park to feed first responders, healthcare workers, and those in need, later evolving the program into Rethink Certified, partnering with over 40 restaurants to fight food insecurity across the country. Now, please join me in welcoming Daniel Hum onto the TEDxGeorgetown virtual stage with a talk entitled Rethinking a Solution for Food Insecurity in America.
There is a painting here at 11 Madison Park. It's a chalkboard painting that has mostly been wiped clean. The painting was a collaboration with my dear friend, the renowned artist Rita Ackerman. During our renovation, we wanted to create something to symbolize a new beginning. The concept of a chalkboard was perfect. It showed our willingness to erase and redraw, to start anew, to rethink. And there is a lot we need to rethink today, and now more than ever, the way we eat. I've lived in New York for more than a decade. Restaurants are such an important part of the fabric of this city. But right now, with so many of them closed, and with so many more at risk of closing, the loss is profound. Restaurants are the cornerstones of our communities. They celebrate our differences, what makes our cultures distinct. They can transport us across oceans and borders. They can bring us home. In a time of distancing and division, that seems more and more like a miracle. But what restaurants mean, what restaurants do, is evolving too. There's no other choice. So in our own current state of crisis, we need to use this opportunity to wipe the chalkboard clean and rethink the role of a restaurant in our society. By we, I don't just mean a chef like me, I mean all of us. We all have a stake in the answer. But first, we need to reframe the question. It's not just how will restaurants survive, but who do we serve? My own answer to that is evolving too. When you walk down the streets of New York today, you come across long lines, I mean seriously long lines, stretching for blocks and blocks. And the thing you notice about the men and women and the children in these lines is they're holding empty bags, pushing empty carts, bags and carts they hope to fill at food pantries. These people, our neighbors, are experiencing food insecurity. This was a crisis before the pandemic, one that especially affected households of color, adults with disabilities, and families and kids. But the pandemic has made things dramatically worse. In New York, it has pushed tens of thousands of people to food pantries, often for the first time. Today, 1.5 million New Yorkers are unable to afford food. And across the nation, 1 in 6 Americans are expected to face food insecurity this year. That includes almost 17 million children. At the same time, the pandemic has driven my industry to the brink of extinction. COVID-19 threatens up to 85% of restaurants in New York, and as restaurants close, farm suppliers are forced to get rid of tens of millions of pounds of excess foods. For me, the collision of these two crises, people going hungry, restaurants and suppliers sitting idle and dumping food, brought the issue into focus in a way that little else has. But that forced me to take a step back, to do some soul searching, and to rethink my goals. One of our chefs, Matt Joswiak, began to do exactly that. He saw how much excess food we had at the restaurant. He had the idea, and it was a great idea, that he could use the food to create meals and give them to people in need. He started a non-for-profit organization called Rethink Food. Over the next few years, I worked with Matt to recruit other restaurants to join. The idea seemed to be catching on, building momentum. Then, the pandemic. It took only a few days until 11 Madison Park was closed. And it took only a couple of weeks before we had to lay off our entire team. People who had been here for years. Some who had moved here from Asia, South America, Australia, Europe, who had to return home. Our restaurant was a community, but more than that, it was our family. That family was gone and might never come back. And for a while, it seemed that New York wouldn't either. Overnight, the busiest streets in the world just emptied out. Emptied of cars, bikes, people. Suddenly I could hear birds I never heard before. But I also heard the ambulances at every hour of the day. I saw Central Park turned into a field hospital. For weeks, I mourned the tens of thousands of deaths, including my old friend, Floyd Cardoz, whose restaurant Tabla was right next to mine. And across the city, I saw the lines at the food pantries grow and grow. All the while, my restaurant was sitting empty, unused. My staff was out of work. I was talking to farmers who were destroying food, while more and more people were going hungry. Suddenly, I saw that I was in a position to help. I'm certainly no doctor, I'm not a first responder, but as a chef, I know how to mass produce healthy, delicious meals. Chefs have the skill, the space, the connections that soup kitchens don't. So we made a decision to reorient 11 Madison Park, reimagine it for the pandemic. We started doing research, visiting the soup kitchens, the commissaries all over New York, to learn more about cooking and distributing these free meals. And I brought back members of my team to reopen our kitchen. In April, we turned the lights back on. There were only 10 of us, all wearing masks, all a little bit afraid and uncertain, all wondering if we should have just stayed home. But after a few days, the kitchen felt like the safest and most important place we could be. I finally felt I was making a difference. I felt connected to my work in a way that I hadn't in years. I fell in love again with the craft, the same love I thought I would feel when 11 Madison Park was named the best restaurant in the world. And it's not just me. My staff felt the same way. Since then, we produced over 500,000 of meals at 11 Madison Park alone. We've done it efficiently, as restaurants are designed to do. And the food is delicious. People have told us they had the best meal of their lives. That's what they used to say at 11 Madison Park too, but this meant more. I talked about the magic of food, but this was a different kind of magic, one I thought we could scale. I had found a way to help my city. I had found a way to keep my restaurant open. Could this work for other restaurants? Could it provide a lifeline to help people? For the first time, I began to view a restaurant as a community institution. This was a new idea for me, but I realized I was late to the game. Across New York, we found restaurants making an impact, often at great personal risk. We found a church kitchen in Harlem delivering free food to its neighbors. We met the owner of a soul food restaurant in Brooklyn who had become a beacon of hope. We saw employees at a family-owned Mexican restaurant in the Bronx, workers who risked deportation to come to work, who can't be paid because the restaurant has no money, who are out delivering meals anyway. Even in cases where they have very little, they give everything. But running and sustaining a restaurant is hard. Profit margins are thin, and we don't have much of insulation against the crisis. 11 Madison Park, for all of its success, was a case in point. Almost overnight, we couldn't pay rent. We couldn't pay our staff. And if we couldn't, what was the restaurant down the street supposed to do? What we're doing at 11 Madison Park and at restaurants all over the city is a powerful thing. It doesn't just address food insecurity. It helps restaurants save jobs. It's helping our neighborhoods maintain the places that mean so much. And the power of this model is that the infrastructure is already in place. We're using food that otherwise is being wasted. We're distributing meals through networks that already exist. And we're using chefs who understand the food system. So the changes we're making don't have to be just crisis measures. They can be permanent. They should be permanent. When we're able to fully reopen, we should be able to keep serving the broader community because we got a system that is cheaper, more efficient, more effective, and more delicious than what we had before. If we're successful, we can actually ensure that every American has consistent access to healthy meals. We can end food insecurity in this country once and for all. But to achieve it, all of us have to play a role. Chefs also need to push the critics and the awards organization, James Beard's 50 Best, Michelin, Sagat, to broaden the range of the values we celebrate. I still believe that cooking is an art form, and we should continue to honor chefs who advance the culinary arts, who move us in ways we didn't expect. But we should also find ways to celebrate restaurants for other achievements, for their diversity, their inclusivity, their social impact. We need to give restaurants more incentives to not just create the best food, but also to do the most good. Of course, no awards organization, however prestigious, has the power you do. I'm asking all of you to help create an industry that is truly worthy of the communities we serve. You can do that by becoming more mindful about where you spend your dollars. You can choose restaurants based not just on their rankings, but also on their heart. At Rethink, we had the idea that we could help people to do that, to help identify restaurants with a higher purpose. Think of LEED certification you see on buildings that meet standards of going green. Our system, Rethink Certified, works the same way, to communicate that a restaurant is dedicated to ending hunger. Of course, our idea is just one of many, and hopefully others will join us in this mission. Hopefully the private funding we're receiving, distributing these meals, will show corporations and the government how well this model works and how much it can scale. Because we have to remember, the pandemic didn't cause food insecurity. It made it worse. And when the pandemic is over, the food crisis will still be with us. There will still be a shocking number, an unacceptable number of Americans who are eating too little or unhealthy foods. But I'm full of hope, more so today than in a long time, because this is not a problem of not enough food. This is a problem of organization, distribution, and communication. These are problems we've begun to solve. This is a system we've begun to change. I believe this is a new beginning, not just for 11 Madison Park, but for all of us. A clean chalkboard, a clean slate, as we redraw the role of the restaurant. Yes, let us fill it again with beautiful guests, but also let us infuse it with purpose. Thank you so much for listening.
Dr. Henrik Tolman, Senior Advisor for Advanced Modeling Systems at the National Weather Service, will provide a talk on community modeling and the current innovations happening to create a weather-ready nation. Dr. Tolman will discuss weather forecast innovations through customer engagement, emerging technology, and he will highlight possible research and career opportunities.
Hello, I'm Henrik Tolman. I work for the National Weather Service, which is part of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, and I work there as the Senior Advisor for Modeling. I'm going to talk to you today about weather forecast innovation. In order to do that, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the National Weather Service and what we're doing. And then I'm going to talk about some fields of innovation that we're working on. Innovation is absolutely essential for an organization like ours that is based on science and technology, just to stay on top of our game. There are three types of innovation I want to talk about. The first one is about how we work together. The second one is how we work with the American public, our clients. And the third one is how we use new technology and new science in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So why is this important for you? I'll give you one example of these three fields. About a year or more ago, if you wanted to run our global weather model on your own computer, then you would basically need a team of a few people and a few months, and you might even have to buy our type of supercomputer to be able to do that. We did a lot of software engineering lately, and as of March of 2020, it is now possible for you on your own in one day to install this software on pretty much any computer you want. This allows us now to work much closer with you on modeling than we could do even a year ago. So what does the National Weather Service do? The National Weather Service produces 1.5 million forecasts each day and some 50,000 warnings for severe weather. In order to be able to do that, we gather more than 6 billion observations each day, and we use big supercomputers to make products out of these observations and to run models to create a projection of the weather in the future. With that, we are very much a science-based organization, and we are considered one of the most science-based and objective parts of the US government, of which we are really proud. You probably deal with what we are doing almost every day. You probably have looked in the last few days whether you needed an umbrella or a raincoat, or you have looked at what you're going to do over the weekend based on what the weather is going to do. No matter where you get that information from, whether it's from a television station or from an app, chances are that most of that information actually came originally from the National Weather Service. And it's not just you who are looking at this. We have a big impact on significant parts of the economy. For instance, think about a transportation sector, a ship at sea, a plane in the air, a truck on the road. All of these need our weather forecasts to be safe and to be efficient. Now, you may think that that is our main focus of the work we're doing. However, our main mission is that of protecting life and property. And that means that we are more focused even on extreme weather. Let me give you an example of how important that is. Take a look at this graphic. This graphic shows you the 16 events that occurred in the first 9 months of this year, 2020, that all created more than $1 billion in damages. If you look closely at this, you see 3 hurricanes that made landfall in the Atlantic Basin. You see fire events on the West Coast for which we created specific fire weather forecasts. You see a bunch of tornado events, and you see a lot of other severe weather events. This is our main mission focus, to protect life and property with these events. So, making a little bit of a change of pace here, how do we do this? Our forecasters are the ones who make these forecasts and these warnings. The observations we make and the models we run are just some of the tools they use to do that. And we've done a lot of innovation with these tools. We've done a lot of innovation in observations and in modeling, but that has been gone on for at least 20 or 30 years. So I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about innovations that have happened much more recently. Like I said before, the way we work together, the way we work with you, our customers, and how we use artificial intelligence and machine learning. So the first of these topics, let me call that the anthropology of modeling. In the 1990s, when I started working for the National Weather Service, we had the biggest computer, or one of the biggest computers in the world, and we had a very dedicated and very high quality team of people inside of our weather service. So naturally, we did most of the development of our tools, our computer models, ourselves. Now fast forward, look to the 2020s. There is so much more capability now available outside of the National Weather Service in computing power, in people, in teams, that it would be stupid for us if we do not leverage all this other capability. So we really want to work with a team inside of NOAA, inside of the government, and with academia and industry. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, I gave you already an example of how we treat our software differently. We went from using software that is really intended for use in-house to having a community approach to using software. We call this the unified forecast system. This unified forecast system allows us to do research and operations with exactly the same software, and research within NOAA and with the broader community also with exactly the same software. That allows us to more rapidly get innovations into operations, and it allows us to do more targeted research to help operations. With that, we've also started to develop an Earth Prediction Innovation Center. This Earth Prediction Innovation Center, or EPIC, will be developed so that we can more effectively work between operations and research, and between the government, academia, and industry. Then the final part of that is, what does this mean for you, and what does it mean for me? For us, it means that we need different skill sets in our organization. We don't just need a oceanographer or a meteorologist. We need also computer scientists and people who know how to work in teams, because we cannot work alone anymore, because ocean, atmosphere, ice, and all these different parts of the environment all work together. What does it mean for you? It means that you don't have to be a scientist who is specialized in oceanography, meteorology, or another physical science part. No, we also need people that can do computer science and that are good at doing things like project management and team management. So there are completely different opportunities now for you to work in the weather service. The second innovation is about how we work with our customers. This is all about social and behavioral sciences. As late as the mid-1990s, we started realizing that it was not just our forecast that had value, but it was the value of the decisions that you are making based on our forecast that is more important even than the forecast itself. So when just under a decade ago we reorganized the National Weather Service, we shifted our focus from making a forecast to going that last mile to be able for you to make the right decisions based on our forecast. This is all about social and behavioral sciences. In order to do that, we started something called the Weather Ready Nation Program. This program is exactly intended to do what it's called. It is intended to make you more ready to deal with weather events, so that when these events occur, you will make the right decisions to deal with it. So what does that mean for us internally? It means that we use science, social and behavioral sciences to get more output and more relevant output out of our models. Products that are more easily to understand by the public. It also helps us to work better internally as teams, but it goes well beyond that. Let me show you that with this picture. This picture shows you a flooded road and a road sign next to it. The text on the road sign, the color of it, the size of it, are not there by accident. They are products of active research in social and behavioral sciences. So that means that with this simple sign, it looks simple, we actually are much more efficient in making sure that you make the right decision and do not get in trouble when you run into or up to a flooded road. So what does this mean for us? For us, it means, just like with the first innovation, that we need a more diverse workforce. We need also people with social and behavioral science skills inside of our organization. What does it mean for you? It means that if you're in the field of social and behavioral sciences, that weather issues and having people make the right decisions in extreme weather is a very interesting field to research. You can do it on your own, or you can do that with us to make sure that our messaging gets better. It can even means that if you're not into physical sciences like oceanography and meteorology, there still may be a job for you in the National Weather Service. So finally, I want to talk about the innovation of introducing artificial intelligence and machine learning into our operations. Now, I could talk for a long time about all the different things artificial intelligence and machine learning can do, but instead of that, I think it's more efficient to talk about some challenges that we think we have in which we can use artificial intelligence and machine learning. One of these challenges is the data challenge. We create more and more data. It can be observations or it can be output for computer models. We simply do not have enough eyes to look at that to get all the information out of that. And quite frankly, the volume of the data is so big that an individual person can really not get to the bottom of all the information in it. Artificial intelligence and machine learning can help us to more effectively get the information out of our observations and out of our models. And with this more effective assessing of what the information that is in there, we can do better forecasts and we can do better decision support to our customers. Another challenge that we have is the model resolution challenge. When I started working for the Weather Service and for the first 20 or so years of my career, every 2 years the size of a computer would roughly double without us even having to pay more money for a computer. That meant that a lot of the innovations we made in our modeling were based on the fact that we could build bigger and more complex models as time went by without having to pay more for the computer. The last few years, this growing of the computer for the same cost is no longer existent. There are many reasons for that, but one interesting reason for that is that we can build bigger computers, but that we have a hard time finding the amount of electricity we need to run and to cool these computers. This means that we need to be smarter on how to build bigger and better computer models. Artificial intelligence can help us to more optimally tune our models and get better results out of them that way. But more importantly, artificial intelligence and machine learning can help us to make cheap emulators for expensive pieces of our models. That way, we can run our models much more efficiently. So we can run our models on smaller computers, or we can still run bigger models on the computers that we have. A final challenge that we see is what we call the physics challenge, which is really closely related to the data challenge. There is so much information in the observations that the human mind cannot get out of there, but machine learning and artificial intelligence may be able to teach us more about how the environment works, help us understand and learn about what is important in the atmosphere and what we need for forecasts. Understanding the atmosphere, the ocean, ice, and other pieces of the environment better will then allow us to make better models that are more accurate without making them necessarily much bigger. So all these three challenges have very clear potential solutions in artificial intelligence and in machine learning. And in some ways, artificial intelligence and machine learning may also be able to become an additional tool for our forecasters and possibly, some people say, even replace our computer models. Personally, my opinion is that artificial intelligence and machine learning are going to be great tools for our forecasters, but I do not see these new fields replace our modeling for the following reasons. We have an enormous amount of data that we have. Artificial intelligence is really good to go inside the data and figure out what's going on there. So artificial intelligence and machine learning can help us do a day-to-day forecast pretty well. But this enormous data amount that we have, the severe weather and our warnings are on the outside of that data cloud. Artificial intelligence and machine learning is not necessarily that good at getting information on the outside of your data cloud. And for that reason, I believe that artificial intelligence and machine learning are going to be really important for the forecasters, but not replace modeling. So that leads me to the end of the three innovations that I wanted to talk about. And now I want to leave you with some philosophical thoughts and a challenge. We introduced models almost 70 years ago to the forecasters. In the first decades that we had models, our forecasters, a lot of them thought that was just a fad that wouldn't help them too much. Over the last 30 years or so, the improvements in our forecasts have been almost exclusively driven by improvements in observations and in modeling systems. So the initial forecasters that didn't think that there was much value in the modeling were proven wrong. You have heard me say just a few minutes ago that I don't believe that artificial intelligence will be able to replace modeling. Well, I am now one of the people of the established community that grew up with modeling. It is up to you to prove me that I was wrong. Perhaps AI can be much better than I think and much more of an impact for our forecasters. And it's up to you, the next generation, to prove that to me. Thank you for your time. And I appreciate the opportunity I have to talk to you. And I wish you a pleasant day. Thank you.
Dr. Stanley Barr is a 3-time graduate of the University of Massachusetts Lowell. Currently, he is a senior principal scientist at the MITRE Corporation, where he is a capability area leader for cyber deception. MITRE is a not-for-profit organization that works to solve and mitigate cybercrime and other cyber-related issues across federal, state, and local governments, as well as industry and academia.
Hello, my name is Dr. Stanley Barr, and I'm here to tell you about some pathfinding work that I have been a part of. While this is a story about MITRE work, my part started a long time ago. In the early 1990s, I was a student at the University of Lowell in Massachusetts. I worked in a lab called the Center for Productivity Enhancement, and I worked for a seasoned professor named Dr. Patrick Krolak. But to every student in the lab, he was just Uncle Pat. Uncle Pat was truly a visionary, and I could go on for hours about Uncle Pat. But let me just say that there was one team project that I worked on for him that set the course of my career, and I dare say the course of my life. In that research, we used expert systems, an early form of artificial intelligence, to protect computers from faults and intruders. During the course of that work, I learned how vulnerable computers could be. I learned just how easy it was for intruders to access a computer and how they could do serious damage to our university and to our world without anyone knowing until it was far too late. 30 years later, I work at MITRE, a job I got through working for Uncle Pat. And I have teamed with some of the smartest, most dedicated engineers and scientists you will meet anywhere. Know that while I'm presenting this work, there are many people collaborating together back at MITRE to make this type of research happen. I'm just the lucky one who gets to talk about it on stage. I've been fascinated to see how both cyber attacks and cyber security has evolved. And I have observed some things along the way that I want to share. I've observed how cheap it is for nation states to mount cyber campaigns where the tools can be used again and again, oftentimes even against the same company. I've observed how cyber operations can be covert and how hard it can be to detect attacks, and even after discovery, how hard it can be to attribute them back to an actor. I've observed that nation-state actors feel cyber is a safe place, a place that emboldens these actors to mount sophisticated and crippling attacks against their adversaries with little fear of being held responsible. So sit back and let me tell you some stories. As with all good stories, this one starts with an ancient proverb, and it rings as true today as it did when it was first uttered. 2,500 years ago, the Chinese military strategist Sun Tzu is quoted as saying, "If you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles." Now, I realize most of you probably don't move through your days thinking about battles and defeating enemies, but think about what that means just for 1 minute. If you know your enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear. The questions are, what do these battles look like? And how do we come to know elusive cyber adversaries? Let's fast forward to the early 2000s, and I've taken just a couple news clippings from the headlines, and it seems like there's an endless list. These highlight events from those time periods. I start here as this is broadly accepted as the awakening of the whole world to the threats posed by cyber actors. In 2005, it's revealed that Chinese actors repeatedly hacked numerous US networks in an operation called Titan Ring. In 2006, it's revealed that suspected Chinese attackers breached the US Navy War College. In 2008, it's revealed that foreign attackers attacked the United States Department of Defense. It's claimed that this attack right here led to a whole new approach being taken by the Department of Defense. In 2008, it's revealed that foreign attackers collected emails from both the two major campaigns. Officials believe it was to understand their evolving policy positions. And in 2009, it's revealed that actors got access to the program building the United States' most sophisticated plane. This is where we found ourselves when we got some funding and were asked to look at things differently. The headlines are one thing, but let me tell you about how this looked from the inside of a high-tech company, one that works for the United States government. We spent lots of time on things learned by others with varying relevance to us. And it was difficult for us to find badness on our network. And yet we knew the absence of evidence wasn't the evidence of absence. With so little information on what bad guys did post break-in, there wasn't always a clear picture on how to prepare for a possible event. So we put a lot of effort and a lot of thinking into changing the game. We wanted to stop being concerned that we would wind up being one of these headlines. We wanted the ability to use anything we learned from bad guys as a thread to pull on and learn more about them. We wanted the ability to impact and impose cost on their operations in some way, in any way. Before I tell you what we learned, news from the last year tells me things haven't gotten any better, and this knowledge now is applicable to everyone. In 2019, it's revealed that the United States Navy and the partners are under constant cyber siege from hackers. In the spring of 2020, it's revealed that multiple Iranian actors were working together to attack the US and Israel. And just in September, we learned that cybercrime actors hit a US healthcare giant with ransomware. Our national security, and now our medical data, our very lives are at stake. Now we find ourselves here. For all of you who don't know the story of this iconic meme, it comes from a movie called The Matrix. In one scene, there comes a moment when the hero is offered a choice. Take the blue pill and remain in blissful ignorance, or take the red pill and have the truth revealed. For us, the blue pill is for us to just go about our business and not worry about cyber. Let this talk wash by. Leave here, go home, and click on everything in every email, no matter how sketchy. Since we're all at a TED event, I'll assume that we are comfortable with learning the truth. So let's pretend like we have taken the red pill. And now, just like in the movie, we go down the rabbit hole and come to terms with our new reality. At first glance, it might seem like I'm suggesting in this new reality that we are left up the creek with no paddle. But bear with me for a moment while I introduce Stan's dam metaphor. In this metaphor, the bad actors and their tools are like drops of water. The dam is our cyber defenses that we all rely on. And our private and sensitive data is like the unseen village lying downstream. The first truth in the new reality we must accept is there is an endless torrent of badness coming our way. Luckily, our defenses will stop most things. The second truth in the new reality we must accept is, like with heavy rains, in our case, massive cyber attacks, some badness will always find its way through. Luckily for us, the bad guys like water will often try the easiest path first. And I'll give you some examples in a moment. And like with the overflowing dam, controlled spill is the best way to release a surge of water. We just have to give the water a course that steers its path away from our village. Now, this might seem a little esoteric right now, so let me tell you about how this very approach was used successfully and recently by a real target in a real high-stakes contest. Our story starts in 2016 when the Hillary Clinton campaign suffered a massive data breach. I honestly believe it caused her campaign a good amount of tumult. In France, the presidential candidate Emmanuel Macron saw what was happening, and election day was fast approaching. He feared he would be targeted in the same way, and his campaign accepted they could not stop some amount of successful hacking. And in fact, they were hacked. Attackers stole the equivalent of about 900,000 pages of printed emails. Almost literally at the 11th hour, the attackers dumped their damaging trove of data. Luckily, Macron and his campaign had taken some proactive steps. They created fake email accounts and filled them with realistic and far-fetched content. They created fake emails among real campaign workers. Some of this data was so absurdly hyperbolic, not even I will repeat the content. They spammed their own users with emails, some claiming to provide usernames and passwords to both fake and real accounts. I'm assuming there was some legitimate sounding rules like, hey, can you log in, check for anything important? My phone is broken. Here's my username and password. Now, usually username and passwords are the holy grail for getting someone's email. So the attackers use this as their path of least resistance. This channeled the adversaries towards the places the defenders wanted them to go. When the credentials were used and the accounts were accessed, the defenders were able to see exactly what was going on, when it was happening, and how it was being done. When the email dumps dropped, journalists and citizens alike started pawing through. Many instantly recognized the fakes. And of course, the campaign was quick to point out the most absurd ones. Even though only an estimated 20% of the data was fake, it immediately cast doubt on all the remaining stuff that was stolen. These simple steps helped mitigate the attackers' goals of dumping damaging materials and influencing the French election. In that story, you're probably wondering, cool, Stan, but how did they steal the first email? Honestly, I don't know. In my experience, there are two very effective approaches. First, oftentimes users have weak email account passwords. We cannot caution you against this enough. Second, bad guys frequently use something called a spearfish. This is basically an email with a malicious link or attachment. Users click the thing, something bad happens, and the bad guys are off to the races. Let me tell you a little bit about what we do at MITRE when we find something interesting. Suppose we find a suspicious email or file. We put it on a special machine. Then we double click on whatever it is. The thing does its thing, then we watch and we wait and we hope the fun begins. When it works, it closes gaps in our intelligence. We have learned about adversary tools and tactics and procedures. Sometimes we learn what they're after and what better needs to be protected. However, it's not without risks. Let me tell you the story about MITRE's great thumb drive debacle. We found this cool thing, and in a moment of haste, the newest member of the team was told to set everything up. He was told, put the malware on the USB, put the USB in the computer, copy the malware to the desktop, and double-click the malware. What happened next is a story that will never grow old. The adversary was waiting. They instantly started doing stuff, and we were watching. The bad guys took their time, and they did some stuff to see where they were and what this computer was all about. Then they listed the contents of the user's folder, and boy, had we made sure there was some good stuff there. We were so hoping that they would start taking stuff and exfiltrating it. And then they decided to see if there were any USB drives plugged in, and time stopped for us. They had found ours. We had forgotten to take it out. They listed the files, and there it was, plain as day, malware.exe. What happened next was crazy. They spent the next 30 minutes manually typing frantically and doing all sorts of crazy things to try and mask their tracks. Finally, they did something to make sure the computer would not boot again and vanished. After we were finished being stunned, we had never seen a bad guy so angry over being caught. We popped out the drive and threw it in the bin to be reformatted. We popped in a brand new one full of good stuff, fresh stuff, reset our trap, and we were up in a matter of minutes. We made him waste a lot of time on our fake machine. He wasn't attacking real victims. Instead of just bugging out and calling it a day, he wasted all time creating a spectacle. We made some notes, we archived our findings, and moved on. We had, in fact, imposed costs. Over the years, we have had a lot of these engagements. We've captured hundreds of tools and hundreds of other indicators of compromise. We've run long-term operations. We know by who and how and when certain things are done. We can extrapolate forwards and backwards about attacks. We have confidence now. Not a confidence that says we'll never be hacked, but a confidence that says we are now better prepared. And we assert, maybe, just maybe, the data you steal from us might not be worth using. We've shared a lot of data, both publicly and privately, to protect ourselves, our partners, and the cyber community at large. In summary, if you take one thing away from this talk, let it be, we can all, every one of us, better prepare. We can make sure there is deceptive information just lying around. So someone gets your data, they get fake stuff too. In addition, this area needs a lot more work. We need cyber people to make scalable traps, social scientists who know how to fool the human brain, policy experts to explain why this is proper and needed. We need companies to mix it up with bad guys. When they're operating in deceptive environments, they aren't stealing real data. We need people to share what they learn. In fact, share it with me. I promise I will open anything you send me. Finally, let's make my Uncle Pat proud and make the bad guys question everything they take. Thank you very much for listening.
I need a mic check. All right, this thing is working. So, that is it for TEDx Georgetown. Thank you for watching so much. I'm so happy about this conference. If you don't know my name is Michael Bianco. I'm the chair of TEDx Georgetown. I've been part of TEDx Georgetown for 3 years now. This conference means so much to me, and like most chairs, I will be giving final remarks about our conference. I have them written down here because it'd be too long to memorize. So, as I said, I've been part of TEDx Georgetown for the past 3 years, and during each conference, the co-chairs of the conference would give opening remarks and closing remarks. When I was told that I was going to be sole chair for this year, I became very overwhelmed and nervous that I was not up for the job for sure. The fact is that, I had my mind set on becoming director of speakers actually. But before applying to chair, I had many mentors who helped me, shaped me into who I am today during my senior year at Georgetown. So I'd like to thank Kevin Durham, Rachel Tao, and Vanessa Phillips. They were my original co-chairs for TEDx Georgetown 2017 and director of speakers for TEDx Georgetown 2017. They set the example for what it meant to be the head organizers and recruiters for this event. Everyone relied on their leadership, and sure, I did. As a sophomore who was a speaker liaison at the time, I definitely needed some guidance at the time into how to get around in TEDx. It was my first year, and I'm really grateful for their guidance. I also cannot forget to mention the person that introduced me to Kevin, and who then introduced me to TEDx. David Toledo graduated from the MSB in 2019, and I cannot be more grateful for his guidance. He's my first mentor from Georgetown, and I'm so happy that I got to meet him, and I'm still good friends with him. On top of that, fast forward to now, I'm the chair of one of the biggest conferences at Georgetown. But this journey to pull off this conference, this big, does not happen alone. As I said earlier, I have an amazing team, and this would not have been possible without them. So, I'd like to start off by giving my thank yous now. To Melanie Stewart, our Chief of Staff and Student Speaker Facilitator. Thank you for filling in all the cracks of the team and working so hard with the student speakers. I appreciate all you did this year, and I'm glad you came back for the team for your senior year. To Chris Jara, thank you so much for recruiting an amazing speaker lineup this year. Without your hard work and passion for this conference, this conference would not have been moved, and on time. Though I am the captain of this ship, you are the engine that pushed our team and made this conference as great as it could be. Thank you so much for your time and dedication. To Milka Ashani, our Director of Marketing, thank you for putting together our amazing looking website and facilitating the marketing team. There were times when the marketing team was ahead of schedule with graphics and posts just ready to go. Thank you for doing a great job on promotion of the conference and keeping the marketing team in check, because that is a tough job. To Shannon Lee and Ariana Garcia, our Director of Logistics and Deputy Director of Logistics. Thank you for setting up a virtual swag bag, which can be found on our website, by the way. There is much more work to be done, actually, after the conference, and I cannot thank you both enough for dealing with delays in purchasing and delays in shipping. Your dedication and passion for this conference is greatly appreciated. To Bennett Matson, my dear friend, our Director of Finance, thank you so much for all the time and energy spent on finding sponsors for our conference this year. Probably one of the hardest jobs on the TEDx team this year due to the global pandemic of COVID. We did what we had to do, and we got to cover all of our costs. And that's thanks to him. Thank you, Bennett. To David McDaniels and Olivia Twang, the heart and soul of the speakers team. You sit where I was when I began my journey as part of the TEDxGeorgetown team. Thank you for coordinating all the speakers and making sure their needs were met when it came down to creating and presenting their talks, both locally and globally. You are the future of my team. Do me proud in the upcoming years of TEDx. To Harriet Bales, our Director of Social Media, thank you for being so flexible in your schedule and all the hard work you did on the Facebook, Instagram, and helping us with getting on GU stories. That was a big win for us. I hope TEDx was something that made your experience at home just feel a little bit more like you were back on campus. And I appreciate all your hard work. You've been doing a great job even with the time zones difference. I cannot forget to mention our amazing graphic designer. All the graphics you have seen today were originally created by her. And as a freshman, I appreciate her time the most because this is such a weird year for her. I hope TEDx is something that you will continue with within your future years at Georgetown, because your artwork and graphics are honestly amazing, and this conference would not have looked as good as it did without you. To Elizabeth Hall, our videographer, without you, this conference probably would have been delayed because you are an amazing and very fast video editor. Thank you for staying up till 2 a.m. yesterday to upload the last session. And I think the team and I really appreciate your dedication and passion for this conference. Lastly, I'd like to thank my mom and dad. They both have been super supportive during my time home, dealing with school and TEDx, because it's honestly overwhelming. I love you guys both so much, and would not have been able to get through the tough times of putting together this conference without the both of you. I think finally I would like to thank the audience members who are still watching right now. Thank you, because you are what makes TEDx Georgetown. It has always been the support that of the audience that brings back TEDx Georgetown year after year. So thank you for supporting our conference all day, and I hope you were able to find the words, find the inspiration, find your great idea, and share it. Thank you.